Hello. Who gave me the head pats? Velvet, thank you for the head pats. Rip to your sleep schedule, Ariel. Hi, good evening. I also had a very impromptu nap before stream. Thank you for the cat ears, meow. Hi, how's everybody? I saw that meow got first today. Oh my goodness, so quick. Ariel at second, G is third. It's okay, Velvet. I believe you'll get first next time. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Thai tea. Okay, hold on, Cal. Have you had green Thai tea? Have you had green Thai tea? That one's really tasty. That's usually that's my preferred Thai tea. How's everybody? Also, Cal, I did see you stream today. I hope you're feeling better. I hope your the blood clots are not bothering you as much as they were before. Yeah. Do I even have music going? Okay. I was not hearing it on my end. I feel weird speaking in silence. Let me just casually put that on for myself. Yeah. Also, hello, G. Who else am I missing? Ariel. Wombat. Hello, Cal. Missed it. Yeah, I think it was during work hours for me, so I was just like, streaming. When friends stream during workout, I get so sad. But yeah, how is everybody? What did everyone do today? Move some stuff around. I feel like it's been so long since I last played Persona, but also not that long. Let's see. Oh yeah, I added a fun little thing. I've actually been doing some work this week. Oh my gosh. Ariel, working? Working? Working hard or hardly working? I can't believe you have to be a senior to your staff. You have to be the senpai. You have to be the one, Ariel. Oh! I added a fun thing. Chat can now giveth and taketh. Hold on. Let me make myself a little smaller. Chat can now giveth and taketh. Absolutely inspired by it was so short-lived. It was so short-lived. I guess I don't get emotional support Aki today. Yes, absolutely inspired by Velvet because of her little guy. I love her little Adachi. Okay, here's the problem. He has to be bigger than me, or else the arms do not match. I have to figure that out. I'll see if I can try and no, I don't think I can set the size, but yes. Yeah, I was just like, wait a minute. Yes, because there is no timer to it, so it will not go away if you give it to me. But chat can take it away if it gets redeemed again. It basically is an on and off switch. Yes. So chat can have fun with that. They can give me a friend and they can give me my BB or not. It is adorable. At first it was just like, I don't know which art to use, and I was like, I'm just gonna have to use the official P3 art because I would have to ask permission from an artist if I were to use their fan art, right? I was like, I think that the P3 art is just fine. Yeah, so now I have an Aki to hold during stream when I need him. Staring at your cat rummage through the pantry as you decide on oh my god, what chaos is he up to tonight? Also, what are you planning? What are you thinking of eating? What do you have in your pantry? Again, I got home, had egg salad with toast. Yeah, egg salad with toast. Very tasty, very tasty. He's crinkling. He just like he just likes the sound of it though, right? He likes the texture of it. Granola bar and some cheese. Oh yeah, I have a Belvita bar next to me because I was just like, for later when I'm getting peckish during games. Open the pantry with the wet food and had to commit to the act. Oh no! No! You can't. Did you already feed Cookie though? Was Cookie immediately enthralled by the wet food sound? Just pawing at things for the crinkly crunch. Listen, I get that though. Sometimes I feel like I eat crunchy things because I like the crunch. I like the crunch. Not good for my teeth, but I just kind of end up doing it. I'm like, crunch, crunch. Yeah. Curry for lunch. I still keep forgetting to go get some carrots and some chicken so I can make some curry at home. I've been thinking, but I'm debating about whether or not I want to do the instant coffee add-on or if I want to do honey and apples, because I actually don't have normal honey at home. I have the lavender honey that is almost done. Although Lexi has some honey, I could probably ask her for some. Mainly trying to get there and climb. Oh my gosh. How often do you get Cookie groomed? Do you take her to get groomed normally? Give Coffee a try again at your own risk. Ah. Yeah. Maybe. Honestly, I'm very curious. Like, I know we used instant coffee before. I'm very curious about trying espresso. I feel like that'd be a bit too strong though. You have the kitty straitjacket. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Whenever I think of like the animal straitjackets, I always think of the what is it? I think of those hanging. Has anybody seen those things for pets? Whenever you like cut dog nails, when they're just like hanging, they're suspended in the air like a swing. It's so funny to me because they stand there, they're just like T-posing on you and they're stiff. Honey Borgie, yeah. Ooh, there you go. I think I finished the last bit of my chicken last week. That was in my freezer, so I was like, I have to go buy some more chicken again. Need more Java packets? Oh yeah, we did try it with golden curry. I thought we made it with Java. I feel like I think I've made it with Java. It was fine. But I think I put too much instant coffee powder. And I was like, oops. Not too hard, motivated by food. Okay, that's good. At least. I always worry for pets who get like really scarred from grooming. Like my parents' dog was definitely scarred from grooming. It was really sad. Coffee's so easy to overpower. Yeah. Gotta be like a quarter teaspoon. English tea guy with biscuits. I've been craving a good black tea. I've been craving Aru's mom's black tea mix. I love coffee. Also, you need honey. You're a bear. You know, I'm gonna make my curry with some coffee and apples next time. I have to go get some honey. Honey. I'm a honey bear. I am a bear. Yeah, I think. Oh no, not coffee and apples. It's honey and apples. Honey. But did you get to stream today? I didn't see a notification. Did you play Monster Hunter already? Were you gonna play it later? Please go follow my Oompy. She's been playing a lot of Guilty Gear. If you like fighting games, if you like a cute little vampire doggy, please go check her out. You can't answer that? Okay, it's fine. Tried it with the dark roast. Okay, I definitely did try it with the UCC coffee. I definitely did try it with the UCC coffee for sure. It tasted a lot better. It still was strong because I think I did half a teaspoon, but I probably will end up just doing a quarter teaspoon. No, 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 no. Don't listen to Velvet. Follow Velvet. Follow Velvet. She's such a sweetheart. She's been so nice to me. Makes me so happy to see her DMs whenever I beat you to the punch though when it got for that Ready Faster gift. I woke up and I was like, I need to send this over to Velvet before she sends it to me. Wakes up in a fit. Woo. Not the Ready Faster. Hi Doug, how's it going? I hope you enjoy your latte. If you had to add a flavor, what kind of latte would you have? I'm always a vanilla. You're not missing next time. All right. I'll hold you to it. I saw the controller talk in the server and I was like, one day I'll get a PS5 controller. For now, it'll just be my PS4. Gets the job done. Minus its like very random disconnects frequently. Winter! Hi Winter, how are you? Hello new, I'm Guma. Maple latte. Did you just add maple syrup? That sounds tasty. Oh, from a local roaster. I thought you made it at home. I was so excited. I was like, it's my best bro making coffee at home. I'm so proud. Yeah, I'm waiting for payday so I can get some of that ube extract. I'm very much so just like, I need ube lattes. Xbox controllers use rechargeable batteries, also randomly disconnect. I used to have an Xbox controller and then I gave it to my brother because he had like been playing his Xbox more and my Xbox kind of was just collecting dust. So I was like, here you go. And then I moved out of the house and I never got that back. So I'm just like, oh, that's fine. It's not like I'm using my Xbox controller at this time. You like your wired one? The thing is though, if you get a wired controller for your PC, is it just a little USB cable? Is that what it is? Because like you're talking about the wired controllers that like there is no USB like USB-A port in it, right? It's just like the wires straight up connected. Need to lurk. I wish it. No, it's okay. No worries, Velvet. I hope you have a good stream if you're gonna go stream. But please. Anybody in chat? You haven't followed Velvet. She's playing some Monster Hunter, I hope. Not like you're walking around your PC. Oh, okay. Yeah, take care. Listen to me. You listen to me. Can I do a thing? Hold on, can I do a thing? Yeah, I can do a thing. Anyways. But yeah, I'm gonna get into, oh my god, I'm hearing double of myself. This is so weird. I'm gonna get into some Persona tonight. How far did I get in Iceborne? I haven't done Iceborne yet. I am gonna hopefully get the expansion. I'm gonna get Iceborne this Friday on payday. I have a list of things that I'm just like, okay, these are the things I can get on payday. I was just doing event quests. Yeah. I'm gonna get it soon because I want to start farming for master rank gear because I'm tired of my high rank gear. Although it's nice, I would like to move on. Yeah, we will. We've added each other on Steam now. The invite is always there. Yes. I have the power of chat and Velvet on my side to help carry me through master rank, right? You resuming to get chores done before stream? No worries. I try to start off with the just chatting as much as I can, just to like catch up with everybody. So I'm just like, oh, I should hopefully give you some time. Did you finish your chores though, right? Where am I in Persona? I'm on the 7th boss. I'm literally, what is it? I'm on floor 82, 83 of Tartarus. I think. Yeah. A cyberpunk themed controller? That sounds so good. Work after random jobs. I want. Oh man, that's so frustrating. Okay, when I'm very surprised people buy. Okay, here's the thing though. Like Xbox has like that really nice $200 controller. Because I remember that one because my ex was like all about it. And that one is like a very nice hefty controller. I assume you'd have to take care of it though. It's okay, Duck. No worries, no worries. I think I only made it up to like HR. What is it? 22? Something like that? Something like that. I did like. Yeah, thank you, Velvet. Xbox has also Xbox controllers. You can now like you can order custom ones, right? You know, flip your futon and eat. Yeah, no worries. Are you gonna be playing alongside me today, Rye? Gonna make some progress today. There's a pink PS5 controller. Wait, that sounds so cute. I would love to get a pink PS5. Ah! I don't know though. I'm so plain. I usually will end up just getting like the black or the white. I'm so simple. But like my controller right now is just a white PS4 controller that I've had with my Slim. You think you can? Yeah. I could have sworn you could get like custom colored Xbox controllers from the official like Xbox site, right? Xbox store, something like that. Where is the honeycomb controller? I'm waiting. Honestly, I should see if there's like a honeycomb skin for a PS5 controller. That would be really nice. That'd be really cute. I'd put that on my black controller probably. Yeah, no worries. Hi, Neon. How are you doing? It's been a bit. You know, the white controllers a lot. Yeah, they're super sleek. I think, personally, all of my electronics have always been black or gray. The only time I was like, I want a electronic device in white was literally like the PS4 controller. Probably the PS5 is nice too in white. That one comes in white and black, I think, right? You got your friend the blue one too. Oh yeah. I think you sent me a picture of that one too, right? Did you send me a picture of the blue one or the pink one? Xbox. Oh, okay, it's the Elite controller. There you go. Ridiculously prone to damage, and the controller padding will start to peel after. Yeah, I love the texture of it and like that, like nice soft velvet matte. It's. I don't know how to describe it. It's a good feeling. It does not activate like my ick. You have all white controllers and then your Halo ones. You have the white PlayStation though. I remember. The only other theme controller I have is my Switch. Oh, I do have the Splatoon 3 OLED. I used to get a lot of themed or limited edition, quote unquote, consoles. So like I had the Persona Q. The Persona Q, what is it called? 3DS. Hi Isa, how's it going? Check in. Yes, the check in is actually a redeem. It's a redeem. I wonder if I should make it a check command. It was white for Destiny 2. Oh yeah. Okay, I remember now. One day we'll get back to playing. We'll get back to playing some Destiny 2, bro. Is Destiny 2 cross-plat? Because if it is, I would probably try and get back into it if it was cross-plat. How about just the blue one when you bought them to PS5? The controller was just extra. Oh, okay, probably. Yeah, the fun thing about my Splatoon 3 OLED was that I remember getting it on a trip coming back when I was driving 7 hours back home with some friends, and I was like, wait, I need to stop by this Target and see if they have it available. I found out I I guess I accidentally bought it, or I guess the Target that I went to accidentally sold it to me a couple days early from release. That's why they had so many still. And I was like, oh, oops. So I had one like a week early or something like that. But they asked their manager, and the manager was like, oh yeah, we have it, you can sell it. And I was like, I can have it? I can have it? Ah, yes, honeycomb latte and a latte. Tasty. At one point you had the Animal Crossing 3DS. I think the 3DS I currently have now is the Fire Emblem Fates one. I like that one a lot. I debated the Animal Crossing 3DS, but I was just like, I'm okay. I think I'm okay. I think I almost got it, but I liked that Fates was black and white, so I was like, perfect. I will have this. Been a while, haven't really been surfing streams. Yeah, no worries. Always good to take breaks whenever you're burnt out. It's not good to like constantly be online, I feel. I like being online constantly, but I burn out very quickly. Like, I don't know, for some reason, after my Monhunt stream on Monday, maybe it's because I streamed back to back, so I felt it more. But it was really, I felt like overwhelmed for some reason with the fact that I streamed and then I had to go to work the next day, and then the fact that I was so busy at work all day, and I just laid in bed as soon as I got home. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna be a burrito now. Think it's cross-plat? We gotta check. I would love to play if you would like to play again, right? I know it's been a long time though. I think we tried to play it when we lived together, and it was just like our Wi-Fi was chugging. It was not having it. Can you order a drink? What would you like to order, Neon? I want to make a little thing. I want to do I don't know. I want to have a full cafe setup one day, just as like a fun chatting screen. Obviously not this one. This is my P3 one for P3 nights. I want to have a proper background cafe with like a table and everything and a bar. I don't know. I have thoughts for fun stuff to do on stream like that. You can just like talk coffee and chill. Lemon sweet tea. Ooh, I love lemon sweet tea. Like iced lemon teas are really tasty. That's always like my go-to if I ever go to like the market and I see a lemon tea. Remember you got the stickers for pre-ordering the game? Because you can't say no if somebody's cute and they're just like, do you want these? You're gonna be like, yeah, I do. Always overwhelmed by the fact that I have to go to work the next day and the next and the next. Yeah, I feel that. I feel like I've been very overwhelmed lately, so I feel very bad if I don't ever get back immediately to DMs. I try as much as I can when I have the spoons for it, but lately I've been a little bit overwhelmed. Ooh, hot. I have like a honey lemon tea that I have usually when I'm feeling something sweet in the evening. That's my go-to. Ratsney. Hi Ratsney, how are you? Look at you, a silly little shout out. Ratsney, how far are you now in Shadowbringers? How far are you now? I wanna know. If you guys don't know Ratsney, let's go check him out. There's a lot of Final Fantasy on stream, has been going through the story. You're gonna catch up for raids, right? 38 quests left? What level are your quests? That'll probably be an easier thing to ask, I think. Your social battery just hit a wall recently. It happens. I feel like a lot of people have been like, I talked to Juna a lot about this, but I feel like with the change from winter to spring, I know usually seasonal depression happens around winter, but it feels like everybody's been like in a really bad rut, and like, I don't know, just too much going on. There's just too much going on, and I'm just like, I just want to take a break. Actually, I'm thinking of doing an unscheduled week next week, and maybe just streaming whatever the heck I want, whenever the heck I want, depending on my energy. I was thinking about that today, but I'll see as I get closer to the weekend how I'm feeling about that. 76? Okay. You're almost there. I'm so excited for you, Ratsney, to get to Endwalker. Oh my god. Then you're gonna be playing 22 hours a day, right? Every day until Endwalker comes out, so that you can catch up, right? Yes, yes. I'm very excited. I'm very excited. Okay, I'm done yapping a bit. I feel like I've yapped my feelings. I don't know. There's just been like a lot of Twitter stuff. I've talked to this about Rye, but just like there's so much drama lately. I just want to be a silly little guy on the X on the X. Let me change my Persona 3. Change my category now before I forget. Okay, it should be switched. So over there. Hopefully my music is not playing again. Which Personas have you played? I have played through P3P portable. I played through P5. I played a little bit of P4 before my brother had sold the PS2. So I am planning on playing Persona 4 Golden, but that'll be an off-stream thing. Rello. Hi, Rello. How are you? Enjoy. Oh, everyone's been getting Einsteiners lately, and I'm just like, yes, this is the one. This is the. Oh, my shoulder went to sleep. Are we good? Okay. But how are you? P4, hee. Yeah. Been taking a relaxed and then leveling Black Mage. Ooh, I still have to level up my Black Mage. Oh, I apologize, but I did not do an audio check. Let me know if the audio is too loud compared to I am. I think it's gonna be a little bit loud, but it could just be the opening. So let me know. No, I have not yet checked the 16 event. I'm going to probably later tonight or tomorrow after work. I'm very excited though. I want to get the Torgal mount and the Clive outfit. It's good? Ooh, I'm excited. Have you already played through it, Arello? You did it twice. Just don't know what happened, Aurello. What happened? How did the quests go? Give me the TLDR. I love the opening so much. Gets me going every time. Played 5 Royal. Saw P4 Golden played. Have only seen bits of P3. Ooh. Okay. Well, P3 is definitely my favorite out of the bunch. Thank you, Cal. Thank you. I feel like I should... Hold on. So unfortunately, I cannot make the pillow any smaller or else it looks very odd compared to my model. So we're going to do this. Oh, hold on. Let me also make sure I fix my thingy. Where's my game move? Oh. Ariel, why? My emotional support, Akihiko. Taken away so soon. Where was I at? Plus. Wait. The quest was fine, but you skipped the story. One day, Arello, I'm gonna force you to watch through the story. Ariel. But what about me? Okay, I'm going straight to the block. Bring me all the way to the... Am I actually at the block already? I don't remember if I checked. I can hold your hand. I can hold your hand.
My skills have leveled up since spring, but they're still nowhere good enough.
Huh? Wait. I got lost for a second. I got lost. Dang it, this door is different now, right? Where's it? There it is. Okay. I remember now all the way until 2 a.m. And I was just like, please, there's so much more to do. I don't understand why is there so much to do. Okay, Arlo, I'm gonna give you the worst TLDR because I'm bad at summarizing stories. Ooh. Let's see what this door does.
What?
Monad pass. Monad passage is the type of monad door leading to the depths of Tartarus. So there is one per section of a block. Formidable shadow. Okay. Value item. Oh. If you feel outmatched, considering revisiting after some training. Okay. It's fine. Improvise. Okay. You got it. Oh, this is different. Interesting. Oh. Okay, no, please. If you hand me a mannequin hand, I will scream. Mannequins freak me out so much. Oh my cow. Oh, it goes down. Why are we going down so much? Going down in an earlier round. Sugar, we're going down swinging. Teh. Love you too, cow. Windstream. Hi, Irvin. How are you? How's it going, bro? Really? What have you been doing? Okay. It's just a singular... I hate its face. It looks so gross. Doesn't seem like a very strong opponent. Okay, we'll see how this is. That's such a good... I can't remember the music video for the life of me. I feel like I should be... I feel like I should prep. Should I prep?
Yes.
Do this. Okay. Now I'll do the fight.
All right.
Entering combat.
Oh, why is it so large? For what reason do you look this big? Big chillin'. House of the Dead. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks. I hope you can enjoy the vibes. I'm a little low energy because I'm a little bit sleepy, but you know, we're here. We're playing. What am I doing? What else have you been up to? Anything fun? What?
Your best bet would be... Go,
Dear boy dates a girl. Her father's... Oh, okay. Now I remember the video. I understand now. For battle. Thank you, Rai. Yes.
It's time.
William Pierce. See how this is. It's so interesting and creepy, Rye. This door. It's like, why do we keep going down?
I'll go with.
Also, I realized somebody claimed to redeem and I did, a hydrate and I did not hydrate. Hold on. Blech. Going down into hell.
Now where to strike?
Honestly, feels like it. Traveling the seven layers.
Nice work.
I think... Ariel, no. Ariel, no, please, for battle. Let me have him for battle.
In this situation, I won't lose.
You can have him before bed. You may have him before bed. What have I already done for
Haven't
it?
seen any weaknesses. You'll have to use trial and error.
Oh, I have not tried.
One step at a time.
Oh, no crit. Come on, Aki.
Pull the trigger.
I believe in you.
That's a
I
strong
have not
one. Be
tried
on your
light or
guard.
dark or strike
What next?
or slash.
Thank you for your support. What is optimal?
Oh, I don't have a slash on it. Okay, fine.
Persona, engage!
I never realized the butterflies that came out of that. Please no. No!
The best bet would be. Go, Polypieces!
Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect.
Pull the trigger. Thank you very much. They've been shot. I'll show you my power. They're wide open. Should I stand on this enemy?
Here. Let this be the one.
To engage. Orchia activated.
I still can't get over how pretty Igus is. Oh my. Wait, is this it? Is this the all-out attack with Orgia? She's so pretty. Oh, she just floats. Oh my goodness. Hello, ma'am. Yeah.
They are finished.
Oh, I love Igus so much. It's definitely gonna be part of my endgame team. Yeah, it was kind of easy. But yeah, so how much have you seen of this Neon? And also, how far down does this go? Yeah, no worries, Kale. Please enjoy. Thank you so much for leaving a lurk. Hope you had a good day today. My saber. Memoir. Not much. Okay. Again, P3 is my favorite story. Gekko-con jersey. Do I just get to wear casual outfit? Is it just straight up like my school track outfit? Oh my god. I really am just in a track outfit. That's great. Okay. It's definitely my favorite out of the bunch. Did you end up liking P5 and P4? Oh, the Akidaki sends me. Yes, it's my favorite. It's my support. I wonder how far down this ends up going, though. Oh shoot, that's the only SP item I have. Dang. Okay, I gotta find. Oh, there we go. Oh wow. Okay. Oh, that was so sad. I did not have SP items. Is it supposed to be like 7 layers, maybe? Hmm?
There are 3 enemies.
One step
They
at a
look
time.
tough.
How we do this?
Tch. Turn. Oh, you know, I feel like this is gonna be a really bad fight.
I have to do this.
I have a feeling this is gonna be a real bad one. No physical? Physical deflected? Is that what it
I'm
is?
still setting up. It'll take a little more time.
Saw the way they released their personas. Yeah. Yeah. 5R was really I have not played 5R. I'm on the oh, dang it.
That's unfair.
I'm on the last dungeon for please no. Please no.
Are you okay? Sonata-senpai's in trouble.
Can I run? Can I run actually? I do not want to do this. P4 is fun, yes.
I haven't seen any weaknesses. You'll
well
have to use
then.
trial and error.
Try it on everything. Hopefully this works. Oh, okay. So I can't do this step. Please. Think. Don't touch Aki.
Sonata-senpai's in trouble. Persona.
Emotional support, Aki, please. I am begging. The full block.
In this situation. Come on, Persona. Thank you for your support.
Okay, at least I have her at the RG. No. Heck yeah. Okay, I guess Pog. Let's go. Oh, okay, so they are... He's deflecting magic, right? Is that what the arrow means? On the top left? Is it magic deflect? Haven't finished P5R. You were on the casino dungeon. Oh, that's the last one, right? Because if so, I think that is the one that I was also on.
What to do?
Okay, so no magic. Do I have a thing for all physical? Slash to all. Shoot, I might not have anything for this. It was the one that the story catches up to. I haven't seen the rest. Okay, got it. Step buffs. They don't have any other step buffs. I like the tracksuit. Oh, I haven't even looked at it. I haven't even paid attention to it. I should. Shoot, I guess that's my only one. Yeah, okay. I'll have to use this. Oh, it is nice. I like that. One's gonna deflect, but I at least want to see if it gets the others here. Oh. Please stop bullying Akihiko right now.
This hasn't worn off yet. I don't know their weaknesses yet. Can we test something out?
Am I winning? I hope I'm winning. I'm crying. I would like for this to work out. Okay. Who did I choose to date in P5? Makoto. Makoto is my fave. Perfect. Theurgy. All of them? Thank God. All of them.
It's over!
Yeah. Oh, what kind of classic game are you playing? Stop. No, stop this. Stop this. Oh, me? Yeah. Oh my god. Have you seen any Reload gameplay yet, Kendo? Oh my god, Reload has been so beautiful. Also, all of the new things that they have added to it has been so good. Why does he say it like that? Come. Playing original and remake best.
Serious damage.
You're hurt. Do you have any healing? It is time.
I want to play
Persona.
I want to play what is it? Wait, remake Fest? Did they remake Fest?
One enemy eliminated.
Gotta shape up.
Ariel. No, they added everything to Reload. Yeah, they did.
Who's gonna win this? Go,
Yeah, if you listen to Protag, he says come. You know, like he's beckoning. You know. You know. You ended up taking Hifumi to Hawaii. Ooh, I didn't know she was dateable actually. Come forth. Oh, shoot! I didn't realize.
Persona. Engage.
Ah, beckoning. Yeah, that's yep.
I'll take care of this.
She's a pain, but dateable. Ah. Are you kidding me? Is that what it was leaked to? Oh, what a time to be eating a popsicle, huh? What a time. I gotta keep you on your toes, bro. You have to have level 10? Ooh.
Oh, hello.
Each one with the ability to excel at. For instance, I excel at eliminating enemies with my firearms, though you may have already been aware of that. At any rate, let's continue forward. Okay. Content warning? Should I have a content warning for Persona 3? I get mixed vibes because also I think as soon as once I'm into so the category itself does the whole mature rated video game.
Hello.
So I think when people come into the stream they do have to check off like, yes, I'm gonna watch this mature rated video game. Oh? Fuck it, we ball. Oh, wait. Temperance Tarot and Book of Samek. It seems next time you do your daily activities, your academic courage and charm will increase. Oh. Yeah, I also think it just has adult themes. Book of Samek, the number of major arcana cards attainable in a day increased by... Wow, I can get so many. It's possible that the other doors would react to that card as well. Oh. Oh, perfect. Okay. I'm glad that was it. In Monad. Yay. I can move forward. You have adult themes. Slap a content warning on me.
This is...
Okay, perfect. I have finally reached the dead end for this. Maybe once it gets later, a certain point. Oh, yeah. If you could... I'm sure you'll be there, bro, but if you could just let me know before that happens, maybe we could put up a message for chat and pin it when it happens. I would greatly appreciate. But I think I'm still a ways off from it, right?
Sweaty. I can't wait to take a shower and change out of these clothes.
Hi, Cappy. How are you? How goes coding? Ariel, why would you do this to me? Where? Where? It goes where? Oh. Hope it's not too bad.
Good day.
That code you were working on last time, were you able to finish that?
Here are my wonderful.
Precious egg. Wow,
Let's
for
hear the
me,
results.
the wet egg enjoyer. All the shadows with the passage you're looking at. New major arcana. Egg. Oh, I didn't know you could do last quote. That's so funny. That's. It sort of worked out, but not really. I was told to Rico because, oh man, that sucks. I'm so sorry. Was it for work? Was it like work related? Please to bear witness to your growth. Work related. Okay, okay. That sucks. I'm so sorry.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, I figure. Uh-oh. Did it? Oh, I wonder if it might be exclamation point Twitter, like the full word. I can't remember. They can't solve it. They usually end up choking, Ariel. Perfect.
Let's hear the
Not entirely wasted. Okay, okay, that's good. I mean, oh, that was a lot of money. Hello?
Come to think of it,
Googly eyed
is that
doll.
true?
Appears to be quite old, and I see the craftsman put a great amount of effort into the details. Come to think of it, does it not remind you of a certain
That
persona?
is a great relief.
Perhaps that's why it caught my attention in the first place. Thank you for letting me study it. You may have this back now. Oh, I don't remember which persona this is. That's Twitter. Oh yeah, no. I don't know just yet what kind of commands I want to add yet to this channel. I've been slowly trying to fix up my brand and make everything a little bit more streamlined. I remember this when my friend played the entire thing in like 2 weeks. Wait, for reload? Did they? Okay, some people went crazy and they just inhaled this game, and I was just like, I cannot inhale
Very well then.
a game like this. I'm going to sink in like 100 hours. Oh, I should say first. If you want to keep the words together, you have to add an underscore. Is my hair blue? Because yeah. Oh, hi Groggy. How's it going? Yes, I usually use my alt form whenever I'm playing Persona 3 because of all the blue. I gotta blend in. Gives you Andrew vibes. I'm very happy that it does. I'm very, very happy about that. Small enough that they can live. So, yep. They choke on small things. Yeah, I would be very stressed out if I had to finish this in a week or two. I'm trying to stretch this out, honestly, until the answer comes out in September. I think I probably will be done before then, but you know, I would like to take breaks. I play this game once a week, so I think I can probably stretch it out until September. Yeah, nice to see you, Groggy. Thanks for stopping in to say hi. Hope your day has been well, or it's going well.
Very well.
You know chunks of it, but not all. Ah, okay. No, this is my emotion.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I'm so sad, Arella. How would you do this to me? I want an outfit like the Velvet Room twins wear. Yeah, I love the Velvet Room so much. I love all of the attendant outfits. The battle is over. You're right.
Registering, I see.
Hello, thank you for the hydrate. Also, heads up, I do know I saw the chat message in chat, but I do have some ads that are gonna pop up in a bit. So, I would greatly appreciate it if you guys can stick through for the ads. They are good for first-time chatters and for raiders. They won't get slapped in the face with ads as soon as they come in. But yeah, I will probably not be making too much progress during that 3-minute time. If it seems like a thing is happening, I will pause and wait for everybody to come back in. Nice. I hope you enjoy milk, Kendo. They were unemployed. That's fair. That's fair. I feel like when I was during the COVID quarantine, I just played 500 hours of Animal Crossing. I went a little insane, but you know.
Now then, let's
It's
begin.
fine.
Shall we take a look?
Thank you for checking in, Cappy. I don't know where I put the cosplay, but I made... Oh yeah, I remember you did that cosplay.
This persona.
I
yes.
forgot I can have her. Wait, okay, I need to have her. I need to make her.
Is this acceptable?
I love the cap so much. Yeah. Did you make the hat from scratch? Do I want Johanna? I like having Captain Kidd, but I think I'm
This persona.
level 30
yes.
now. Okay, wait, hold on.
Is this
Maybe I can do
acceptable?
one of these.
This persona is.
Oh, I can also do Oni. Okay, wait, what level am I? I have not been paying attention to my level. Okay.
This would be a.
Oh! I can make King Frost. I need him. Hold on. What does it use? Izanagi and Captain Kidd?
This
Yes.
persona is powerful.
I want him. Big chonker. Ooh. He big. We love the twins, yeah. He looks like Boo from Mario. Oh my god, he's great. Hold on, I'm gonna make him.
What do you wish to inherit?
I'm gonna give him very random. He can have Zayadine and raises party's defense. Ooh, this is a good one. Oh, but I already have Rakukaja, so I assume I'm gonna get this later. Due to the Destiny, who I can't remember, is also very Igor. Oh yeah. Wait, you're talking about Igor, right? The one at the very front?
It appears it will receive a fair amount.
A new power emerges.
No, I hope I don't fail this like I did last time. Yeah, his name is Igor. That's why I was like, wait, what do you mean? Love Igor. Iconic. Please do not fail this time. Okay, thank God. Oh, he's big. Oh, Lord, he coming. Your he-fo is my he-fo. I'll freeze everything in your way, ho. Oh. Big he-ho. You call... No, I'm not... No. Ho. Let's break. Ah, there we go. Perfect. I'll have that soon. I mean, I could be calling you a thought, you know?
This power might be too much for you.
Ah, okay. No worries. Yee, ad break. It's okay. Just doing some fuses.
This would be a wise choice. This power might be too much for
Oh,
you.
this is the other one, huh? I forgot there was like four of them, I believe.
Is this
I
acceptable?
wonder if I should make something else.
What kind of persona do you desire?
Is this
Do
acceptable?
I desire?
This persona, yes.
What does he block?
This
He blocks
persona,
fire.
yes.
I think I'm good with the king.
It is a special persona you desire, is it not?
I didn't realize there was a special
Which
fusion like that.
will
Okay.
you choose?
Oh, she's a little too strong for me, I think. No ads yet. Better play it safe. Oh, interesting. That's kind of weird that like not everybody is synced up for the ads.
All the time you need to consider.
Hi, Smoggy. How are you? Baby, 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 baby. Neon! Oh, thank you so much for the sub! Oh. I'm gonna give my model a moment. I need to remove that react because for some reason... Are we good? Okay, my model freaks out with the hearts. It doesn't really sync with mobile. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy your pancake badge. I appreciate the sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You only see the alert. Yeah, it's because you have a sub. And it's hard because now so Turbo's getting pushed, which is why ads have been like pretty good. But yeah, Turbo's been getting pushed a lot, but not everybody uses their Turbo badge, so I don't know who actually stays in ads and who doesn't. You know? I think I'm good. I'm just gonna make King Frost. I don't really need to make another one, I think.
Very well. Good day.
Actually, let me see how many.
Are you accepting a request?
20 personas. I don't have ads. Yes, good. You got a fancy looking pancake. That's why. I think you have the bronze pancake too. It's been a while. I don't remember how long. Wait, I'm already blocked, so I'm just gonna go to the next day. Ugh.
Oh, hello.
How does a bronze taste? How does a bronze pancake taste? Is it delicious? It looks caramelized. Welcome back to those who are back from ads. Didn't do anything. I literally was just going through my fusions. Who's messaging me? Okay, we're going. We're going. We're having a date with Fuka. November 26, 2022? Wow. Wait, has it really been that long, Ariel? That's insane. Huh? I have ads. Oh my gosh. Time has gone by so quickly. It's so strange to me. Like, honestly, this year started and I was like, wow, 2024, huh? January fumed. It's was it Tuesday? Oh, is this summer break? I'm still on summer break, right? I don't remember anymore. Oh, I forgot. I can like click on the calendar right here. Could work at Be Blue. Your last live November 12th. Ariel stream? How do you see that? Oh, I believe you can do the follow age. I think you can do follow age. It should work. Yo. Oh, I have like stuff here, huh? Oh, it's the stuff from. Oh, it is not my follow age. It is just the day I met you. Oh, that's so sweet of you to remember. Oh my goodness. 10 months. Jeez, that's been so long. Is it good for your health? Oh, I'm good. I don't need that. What did people do? 1 year and 3 months. I think that's. That's been. I don't know. It's been a wild year. Oh, do I have watch time? I actually don't even know if I have that one. Is that one? I think that one should just be a stream elements thing, and I should have that on. I'll have to check that later. Let's see. I'm gonna go hang out with Fuka. That's 4 months. It's basically 4 months. Oh, Ariel's got you beat. Oh my gosh, Arello? I should reply to her. Anmitsu. Ooh, now I'm carrying red bean.
Say,
Do I like sweets? Yes, I do. Really? Oh, she's so cute. I can't get over her. Glucose is an essential source of fuel for your brain. Of course it is. You need sugar for your brain. Oh. Something with black sugar? Dang. I want boba now. Ariel's just following me around bullying me. Does she also have a month on you in Tuna Town? That's so funny. I'm pretty sure I can never remember how we all met. Cause like, when did I meet Ariel? When was that? Back in 2020. Like, what was I doing? Consented bullying. Yukari. Man, hold on. Let me talk to everybody and then I'll spend time with Yukari. Oh, right! Splatfest! Oh my gosh.
Hey.
Sir, hi.
That was pretty good.
Why go that far?
About that.
To become even stronger. After all, the shadows are getting tougher.
By the way,
Oh yeah, Swins met in September. I remember now. I was trying to think about Splatfest and I was like, was that when we met? But yeah, I always remember the song, the September song. The Earth, Wind, and Fire one. Oh.
precisely.
Hamlet to Tuna. And then led me here. Aw. Oh, that's fun. I didn't realize you met Palm first, Arello.
Leader.
There's something you should know regarding my persona. It seems my persona excels in endurance. Basic attacks will do a little against me. In other words, I am a tough guy. Okay, I'm gonna start time with Yukari.
Hey. Yes.
Splat test. Oh, Splat test was November 12 to 14. Yes. Dang, it's been so long since then.
This series always has such crazy plot twists. When the main girl's best friend betrayed her, I was like, what?
Wow,
Being
spoilers.
backstabbed by the one person you trusted most is just horrible. What would you do if that happened to you?
I'd never recover.
Well, yeah, even without a dramatic betrayal, I'd be hurt if a friend started treating me differently. That happened to me once. A girl I was close to suddenly started avoiding me.
You only joined Twitch to get drops. Oh, that makes sense. Palm was doing a lot of No Man's Sky then. And I think that's when she had played with the, what was it? Tuna and Leo, right? Look at you now, Arella. Look at you now. Active lurker and chatter.
Oh shoot, it's starting. It's so fast-paced, we really need to pay attention. Oh, no way! It's just gonna end like that? Ugh, it happens every time. But they're so good at leaving you hanging. I need to know how it ends. Let's watch more next time, okay?
Thank you for the emotional support. For the intense movie. Oh! I literally only have intelligence left. Wow.
It's getting pretty
And
late.
it's only
We better head back
August.
to our rooms.
When are the girls available? September? I'll be able to date Iko. Wow. I was gonna say Akihiko, and I was like, wait, I can't date Akihiko. Yeah, how did you guys meet, Ariel and Arello? Welcome back, Happy. You get your package? Didn't miss too much. Didn't miss too much. No! Why are these assholes texting me? Absolutely not. I wonder who... I really wonder who my favorite could be. I wonder. I really wonder. Yukari should already be available. Ooh, okay. Tuna said something sus. Umbrella did. It was BL. What a way to meet each other. Oh. It's okay, I'm not dating Yukari. Later, October-ish? Okay, then I'm fine. I'm fine as I am. I refuse. Michael! Okay, let me see who... Am I gonna have anybody level up? No, dang it. Okay, that's fine. I can befriend her. You're right. Okay, I'll befriend her. Wasn't there a route? Yes, there is a route if you do play as FemC. I'm very sad that you can't do it here, but alas. And yes, I have seen how he looks in Arena. Oh my god. My man's is so handsome. This is a Wednesday. Let me see, actually. On the first floor. Can I spend time with people on the first floor? No, they don't. No, they don't have any, things. No, they did not implement. Yeah, there was a big outcry, but honestly, it would be so much more that they would have to add on. I'm sad about it, but they gotta stick true to the vanilla game. It's fine. Yeah, it is sad. I wish they had done, they had added it, but alas. Oh, wait. Mamoru's here. We already started his social link? I already started it?
Yo. I see.
Y'all. Did they ruin your innocence? Are you sure about that, Ariel? Tino, Aurello, and then me. Least sus.
Yo.
What Cabby said, I feel like that makes you the most sus. Okay, let's start this one. This MC, right? Honestly, I still. Oh, cool. Honestly, though, P3 pro tags have always been my fave. Always. I really loved Joker, but P3 is just, again, such a cornerstone to me that I'm like, yeah. Picture of purity. Yeah, he just stands there and looks great.
That's the forbidden burning tongue technique.
What?
And I'll do it too.
Oh my god.
Go! Ow! Hot.
His legs twitching is so funny. You're dead? Hi, Gomi. What's got you dead? What's got you dead, huh? Oh.
Looks like it's a tie. Not many people.
What
can
tie
keep
me
up
to
with
come
me.
in and hear that.
I'm impressed.
But yeah, Joker's very pretty. He's impressed by the forbidden
so.
tongue technique, I see.
Guess it was close. Then.
Had
a lot of guts challenging
Thank
me.
you. It's my emotional support, Akihiko.
I knew you had
I have to
potential
make
in
sure I'm carrying him at all times. This is so funny to me. So so I was talking about it with Rai, but so he's supposed to be the star social link here in vanilla. If you play the Fem route,
I am
FemC, Akihiko is the star social link, actually. So I didn't really get to interact with this guy when I played on Portable. So it's kind of nice to see him here and actually interact with him. You had takoyaki for lunch today? I'm still highly debating if I want to get a takoyaki maker or like the pan. Of course, naruhodo. Naruhodo, naruhodo. But yeah, I was just like, It's interesting though because like again, Akihiko's persona is what is it, the Emperor. So you would think he'd be Emperor, but
Heck of a fight today. See you around.
he's so silly. What a cute rival, honestly. Very cute rival. Yeah, we could do cheese-filled ones. We can also make dessert, like little like pancake balls on them, you know? So we can do stuff. Because I know you don't like takoyaki, you don't like octopus, but we can at least do stuff. No. I've had it. I've been craving it though. I've been thinking about it. I was saying that I kind of want to get a takoyaki maker so I can make some at home. Oh yeah, we can always do substitutes too. Yeah, but dessert takoyaki. Nox! Hi Nox, how are you? Long time no see. Or shrimp. Oh, that's the problem. Rai does not like seafood. I would probably do shrimp. I love takoyaki with octopus. It's fine with me, but like I've never. I want so badly to go on a date with this man. But I've already maxed out. I've already maxed out on him. What is it? Wednesday I can work at least. Oh no, I can do academics. I can do academics. That's the only thing I can think of.
Hi.
Doing great. Yeah, it has been a bit. I'm good. I'm doing good. It's nice to hear from you. I love catching you over on Peep's stream usually. I lurk. I lurk. I see you, Nox. What you been up to? Are you going to Offkai? I'm not going, but I'm very curious to know who's going. We can split the balls we make. Yeah, we can. We can even make one with hot sauce, you know? Russian roulette takoyaki like they do in every typical anime. Whoa. I hate this man. Why did I even talk to him? Why did I talk to him? Wasabi filled.
Hey.
Okay, I like wasabi though. He's always been sus. Always sus. You don't remember him. He's the chairman.
Yes.
A ball filled with Taco Bell hot sauce. Okay. For you, Rai? Okay. What am I gonna do? I'm gonna do academics and Pennsylvania. Oh wait, was there anybody else in here who I could hang out with? No. Okay. You wanted to go to Offkai? Yeah, I was gonna go, but I would rather save up my PTO and my what is it called? Yeah, I would rather save my PTO for TwitchCon in September. Yeah. Offkai it's a pretty big. It's the vtubear con. Cow, how could you? My pillow. Oh wait. He sells stuff. Sure, forget. I'm so betrayed. Miss going to KBBQ with the homies and taking big globs of wasabi. Excuse me, Gomi? I didn't witness this. You did not take a big glob of wasabi last time we had KBBQ. I'm gonna hold you to it for next time.
I owe you one.
Oh, I completely forgot I rescued people.
I'm gonna think of it. I'm counting it.
Chef Goose.
Good to
Nice,
see you.
nice. Kind of wish he could make the MC run with his hands in his pockets. Oh my god, that'd be so silly. He would look like Crypto. I don't know if anybody's if you know the characters from Apex Legends, but I feel like it. Wanted to go to TwitchCon too? Oh yeah. That's fair, that's fair. There's always going to be other years. I don't think you should stress about it. Take care of yourself first. Make sure you have your finances in check, and then you can. But yeah, it's rough. It's definitely rough.
Baby, still with me.
What'd you bring? Wanna sell? Sure, it's a deal.
Oh, I love listening to Officer Kurosawa.
You finished?
It's just Akihiko again.
You finished? Be seeing you.
Gonna play some Liza P while listening to stream. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I appreciate you just lurking, Cappy. Thank you so much for chatting about though. I hope you enjoy Liza P. Please play for me who cannot play Souls-like games. You and Paco are still gonna go to TwitchCon. Yeah, let me know. I still am probably gonna do a day. I've been thinking about if I want to stay for the weekend though, so if you still would like to hotel together, I would be down for that. But yeah, definitely got a budget. Yeah, just keep me updated. No worries if not. Oh, you're Canadian, right, Nox? It's so wild to me how expensive it could be just going across quote unquote international. Friends paid to go to NYC to the West Coast. Yeah, honestly, like, it's rough because like I've made trips to Canada. I've gone to Van, and like even the cheapest ticket I've gotten has been like 200, if I recall.
Well, here we are.
It's full moon night.
A full moon once again.
Yeah.
Any luck, Yamagishi?
Yes, I can sense it. There's a shadow reading tonight, as expected.
I do hope though, one day, I'd love to meet you, Nox. It'd be really cool to meet you at a con.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's located by the deserted houses in the northern part of Iwatodai, but there's something strange. The reading is coming from underground. Almost 10 meters.
Maybe it's in some kind of basement?
According to the records for the Northern Harbor, there are no structures that match that criteria. However, there once was an underground facility used by the military.
Again, no rush.
Military?
Take care of yourself
Is that
first.
true?
The cons will always be going.
The architectural and geographical data for the area was uploaded into her memory. Then again, the information hasn't been updated in 10 years.
Correct. The data is 10 years old.
Shouldn't someone fix that?
So how exactly do we proceed?
We won't know more until we actually get there.
Old relics of war. It seems the situation is still unclear at this time. With that in mind, we'll wait until we arrive before we decide who should be deployed.
Agreed.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Hi PK! Hello new, I'm Guma. I hope you enjoy your peach smoothie. Just became obsessed with the BlazBlue entropy. Yeah, no worries, Gomi. Thanks for stopping in and saying hi. Enjoy your BlazBlue.
I didn't know there was a place like this so close by.
Target should be around here somewhere.
Oh, well done.
Hi Guma. Daddy?
Who are they? Lucia couldn't sense them at all until now.
It's so nice.
I did not realize we were gonna hit Stregas just now.
My name is Takaya. This is Jin. We are known to some as Strega. Now then, we've been keeping an eye on your activities.
Make
for
Aki
some
talk more, please.
time.
Yes,
From
will
what
do.
we hear, you've undertaken a righteous battle to save the world. Unfortunately, we've come here tonight to put an end to that.
What did you say?
You've gained many new allies in such a short time. No doubt because this land crawls with sin. Ah, Tartarus is towering as beautifully as always.
I truly do not remember this interaction, even though I know that there's this arc. I don't remember them. I don't remember this.
It ain't rocket science. If shadows in the dark hour disappear, we could lose our power. And that's not something we can abide by. Get it?
Power? Are you saying you're Persona users too?
Yeah, I remember, but only as it's happening.
Carefully. Do you really
Yeah,
want
I
to lose your
honestly don't.
abilities? Not just anyone can wield the power of a persona. The Dark Hour is a frontier that is ours alone to explore. And the same goes
Did you already
for
do the boss?
Tower of
You're still ahead of me, right, Rai?
That's your reason for stopping us? Then you're the ones who need to think. Who knows what might happen if we don't do something?
A catastrophe brought on by the shadows. What difference does it make?
You're on it? Oh no. Okay. Oh no. You gotta go up and make dinner. Oh. What's for dinner? No, making steak hard. Steak tasty though. I've been craving a steak lately.
Disasters will always exist. And
Oh no.
humans will
Wombat, don't
always
say that.
destroy
Don't
each
say
other,
that, Wombat.
regardless of what the shadows do. Either way, no one can predict what misfortunes will befall who. But more importantly, it's time you accepted the truth. Surely you will
Steak.
acknowledge the sense of fulfillment
steak.
the Dark Hour has given you.
Yeah.
Did I say
you
of
think
steak?
I'd like this?
Is
Are you
it
making
not
fun
so?
of?
How about the rest of you?
Steak?
Do you also wish to return to your pathetic
The stakes
ordinary
seem
lives?
high. High CRT.
Huh?
No. I'm
enjoy this
holding
at all.
on. I'm holding on to Aki.
Whatever.
Oh, see, I wouldn't understand the
own
people
selfish
reference because I
reasons
haven't
for
finished
fighting.
playing it.
That so-called justice of yours ain't nothing but an excuse. There's nothing righteous about any of you. You're all
A
just
sus bear stream? Is that a
hypocrites.
sus fish?
Like hell, you
It's a
chumps
sus
are gonna
fish.
Stop us.
What did you say?
Oh, the Him Daisy comics. I have, but you're going to have to send me that
Have fun
comic.
in there.
I don't remember it. You know my memory is shot, bro. Ooh, we getting into the dungeon?
You locked us in.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm joking.
There is no need to panic. Instead of wasting resources,
Damn, everybody,
I
just
recommend
leave
we
me and Aki
prioritize
alone,
the
please.
shadow first.
Right. If we freak out, then we're giving them what they want.
Shadow's moving. I think it's noticed us.
All right, let's focus on our original goal. We can look for a way out after we've won. Go ahead and select your team.
Oh,
Everyone,
here?
prepare for battle.
Okay. No. My emotional support, Aki. I can't believe this. I can't believe you've taken this away from me. Ooh, hold on. The music for the military base. Our original goal go out. I have a one-track mind. I've played this game. I've been streaming Persona for about 40 hours now. Everyone should know better. Everyone should know better. Peach smoothie, nice. Another non-caffeinated beverage for you, Tuna. Hi. Hello.
Leader.
Yes.
Hey.
Okay. Wait. Honk. Wait, why did I? Oh, I see. They were just speaking. Okay. Daily honk. Thank you for the honk. Get in here. Okay.
Excuse me.
All right. Am I ready for this? 17 meters underground.
I sense the target 2 blocks ahead of you.
No milk for Tuna.
It seems to be moving slowly downward. Don't let it get away.
I am not. I'm not what? Huh?
It seems this facility was in use during wartime.
Oh no, I'm not ready. Don't say that.
It seems it was some kind of armory during the war. These tread marks.
I really don't remember this part of the game at all. From Portable. Revive. Oh no. They're giving me things. In the hopes that this message will reach my loved ones, I have sealed this journal for its protection. We few survivors have ensured the completion of our goal. So many of our cohorts will never know our success. I pray their spirits find rest in the wake of this turmoil. Oh, I skipped that one. If securing your futures mean giving my life, then I will have done so happily. Honor my memory by living. Oh no, I don't like that. I don't like that. They're giving so many items.
Didn't think there'd be other Persona users aside from us.
Lucia couldn't sense them at all. Sorry, I'll concentrate on the shadow.
No milk for tuna.
It's gaining speed. It's continuing down the tunnel. Hurry and chase it down.
But I have to break everything on the way.
The target stopped. It turned around. It's waiting for us one block down.
Oh no.
Please be careful.
This music has like my heart pounding. Do I really? I have to. I have to.
Target's up ahead. Are you ready?
Am I ready? I think I'm ready.
This is the source of the tread marks? It looks like the shadow is using the Tangus armor. Get ready, everyone. Here it comes.
Feckless vandalism. Squeeze.
Sakana is justice. No, wait. It's Chariot? I only see one enemy, but I'm sensing...
Good luck? Don't tell me good luck.
I've seen a shadow like this before.
What to do?
Oh, okay. No fire.
The time.
Let's see. What are you weak to? Thank you, Rai. Okay, maybe magic is not gonna be good. I'm gonna need this. Oh no, wait.
Activating.
Ariel is always so always.
This is my
Ooh. Excuse me? Why did that hit so hard? I'm very curious. What is the Cafe Morimichi economy like? How many points does everybody have?
Yukari-chan stunned.
P4 and P2 are reportedly getting Aurello. Aurello. How many points do you have? I didn't know P4 was gonna get a remaster.
One step at a time.
It's a harsh economy, inflation everywhere. My point salary hasn't increased.
I guess his power levels are rising.
Rising. Okay.
Persona.
Oh no! I guess, please.
The dizziness hasn't worn off yet.
What to do?
Well, thank you for the video, CRT. Wait!
Wow.
Tuna, thank you. Wait!
Wow.
Hold on, guys. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. P4 has to eventually. I want to see the investigation team with high res models. Wait,
Just stay right there.
guys, thank you for the bits. I see your hold the. Oh my God, CRT. Thank you, CRT, for the gifted subs. We have it to Grit. Oh, we got one to Kat, Lillian, Kendo, and Yoichi. A very good spread. A very good spread.
Pull the trigger.
Oh my goodness, thank you, thank you. Wombat, thank you. Oh my god. You guys are so sweet. Okay, the sound effects are confusing me. I'm like, oh. Wombat! Aurello, thank you for gifting a sub to Wombat. Yeah? Please don't miss, please don't miss, please don't miss. Oh. Hello, is it just like strong against everything?
This doesn't look good.
But yeah, oh my god, thank you guys so much for gifting subs to I don't know, I like seeing my emotes everywhere, especially since Peanut did them. It's nice to see. Aurello, thank you. What have I already done to it? It blocks everything. Oh wait, I haven't tried light. Come!
I have to do this.
Yeah, and I can use the gremlin and the jams. Dear G, please.
It's over.
No way. It's split into two?
Huh? Okay.
I see now. The Terminus Justice.
I kind of remember this fight, but I also don't.
The smaller one seems to have less stamina.
I don't remember which part of the story this is at. Oh, I guess you beautiful, beautiful android you. Oh my god. Mahama. No. Okay. Okay, this is definitely easier, right?
Now's the time.
Oh, do they have different weaknesses now? Okay, hopefully they do.
I won't lose.
Okay.
One step at a time.
Also, how are you, Tuna? Good morning, if you took a nap.
Persona, engage.
Okay, they got one. What do you...
It revived us?
I don't remember this.
Looks like both enemies can revive one another.
I'm in pain. I'm in pain. Ah, not tonight, Ariel. Sleep says no.
Here, G. I think I can use it now.
Oh, wait. Did I switch her outfit? When did she... When did I put her in Futama's outfit? When did this happen? This boss is bullshitake? Yes, it is. Rogue, how are you? Hello, hello. You're so sweet to me. The Futaba outfit jump scare. I do not remember putting her in an outfit, I swear. Oh god, this is gonna be so slow going. Let me do this. Okay. Oh no. It's okay, Ariel. You can catch up on sleep on the weekend, right? Oh wait, heck, I'm gonna keep on. Okay, it doesn't revive too much. No! That's bullshit.
Tank's armor. It seems to be much harder than any shadow so far.
This is a bullshit fight. It'll make you turn red and become blinded now. You're so sweet, Rogue. I cannot. I get so flustered when I get compliments. Like, I know I should just say thank you, but I'm always still just like, huh? Ah, goodbye, Ariel. Sleep. Thank you guys for the level 2 hype train. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll just use whatever has less SP. Still easier than the Minato or P4 Protect Bites in P5. Yeah. Maybe. Choo-choo! Enjoy. I don't think I've collected all of the... Have they added new hype train emotes, actually? Now that I think about it. Oh my god, shoot. I'm gonna... Okay, when they separate, what does their health look like? Please. Yes, cow. Now you can gremlin. You can gremlin away in Twitch chat. Please, 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 please. Wow, easiest fight of my life, you guys. Easiest fight of my life. The limit break? Yeah, the theurgy is so cool, honestly. I will never get over it. Anti-fire. Resist fire for 3 turns at the start of battle. I don't really need that. I already nullify it. Evade ice. Oh, that actually might be good.
New skill.
Next.
Gonna have to try it out.
Don't take Aurella's wallet. How is he gonna get food? How's he gonna get food for work? Electric break. Boost, strength and electric, or should I do break? Is it worth it to do for 3 turns? Oh no, never mind. I'm good. Aurelia doesn't go to the store when he should anyway. Is this?
Yes, I'm here.
This is Mitsuru. We've neutralized the target.
Ah, good work. Come on back.
Actually, there's been a complication.
I'm sussing this man constantly, always.
We ran into some interference during the mission. It seems they were Persona users.
Persona users?
Yes, more than one.
Half a load of bread and lunch meat. I haven't bought lunch meat in a couple weeks. I'm craving lunch meat. I might go get some. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
They appeared.
Yeah, I also hope that the limit breaks are a permanent addition, but I feel like they'll do something different for each game, and that's fine, I think.
Did they say anything that might give us a hint to who they are?
Now that you mention it, I believe they called themselves Strega.
Strega? All right. I'll see what I can find out.
Thank you. There's one other thing I have to report. We unfortunately fell into Strega's trap, so we're locked inside the facility.
Ah, I see.
No worries, Cal.
Since the threat has been eliminated, I'll send someone over as soon as I can.
I'm sorry for the trouble. We'll be waiting.
Other Persona users.
You haven't gone out to the concession stand at work? That's good. You've been saving lots of money that way, I hope. Okay, this boss was not as bad as the lover's boss. Lover's boss was just so irritating to me. Yeah, I've been bad the last week because I was pretty much just really lazy about making lunch, so I just bought food around work. Hi, Soren. Thank you for the Guanyafai. Thank you for the cat ears. Thank you. Solwyn. Hello. How goes it? How goes it? Ooh, I could do. I don't think I have any star personas though to worry about. There's a Friday. Did I run 100 laps? You know, this is the next man I would date after Akihiko. I just love muscle heads in games. They're so silly. Oh yeah, Rello, I heard you've never had banh mi. You should definitely try it. Save that money for banh mi, except Monday. Oh, do I want to hang out with Hiraga? I feel like when there's no school, I have no idea what to do on these days. I think I'll just have to hang out with Mamoru since we're gonna level up. A lot of content creation. How have you been liking content warning? I'm excited to play. Are we still gonna play? Are we still gonna play on Saturday? Wanna grab some chow?
Yeah.
Alright, I wanna see this man's social link since I didn't get to experience this on Portable. He basically feels like I'm hanging out with Akihiko though.
This is good.
Because I think we kind of do the same areas, it feels like.
Forgot to mention, I get to eat here for free.
Not made for short form content. What do you use TikTok or anything or YouTube for your shorts? Do you do any sort of content creation aside from stream?
Not just here, but every restaurant in the strip mall. They're all supporting me. I'm the only one who can eat as much as I want, wherever I want.
Not well.
But I feel kind of bad, like I'm taking advantage of their kindness, so sometimes I pay the bill anyway. Someday, I'll pay them back for everything.
I did not realize this man gets a free meal everywhere. Holy crap.
Whatever I can get. That's why I have to make it big. It's for everyone who's been helping me.
Has she been playing a lot? I hope she has. I literally have not opened the game since I got it. No worries, Neon. Have a good eep. Thank you so much for stopping in. I hope you take care. Hey, thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. Oh, I'm tripping a
I'd be
little
lying
bit.
if I said it wasn't. A little pressure can be a great motivator. All that matters is how you deal with it. By the way, who would you say is your biggest rival?
It's you. Hehe.
You're pretty good.
Gotta untrim the bear. Thank you.
Away from my level.
Yeah, how's it going, Kaide? Need to learn how to make banh mi, but there are no Asian markets near me. Oh. Banh mi. Banh mi sounds so good. I want to say, oh yeah, you did use TikTok to buy your PC parts. You're really, bro.
There isn't really anyone left who I want to compete with. The other guys on my team can't even keep up with me. I guess what I'm looking for is a real challenge.
Banh mi is basically a Vietnamese sandwich. Usually it's got pickled veggies in it and then a assorted meat. I usually just like getting the barbecue pork, and then if not that, I'll get the meatloaf one with all the meats in it, the combo meats.
Hey, you should think about taking track more seriously. Then we can really push each other.
Yeah, barbecue pork is the way to go, honestly. And that one I will actually eat the jalapenos in. Usually the jalapenos I get aren't spicy. I'll get like the occasional spice bite, but like for the most part it's pretty sweet jalapenos. Barbecue pork, my beloved. I know. We want barbecue pork. Now I want banh mi for lunch tomorrow. Not meant to be CRT. This is making me hungry. I am so hungry. I've been munching on my Velveeta. My Velveeta like bar, and I'm just like, barbecue pork though. Barbecue pork. I'm just gonna imagine I'm eating barbecue pork even though it's a blueberry Velveeta bar. Soren, you know what? You know what I want though? I want the udon that we had together when we hung out. That's some tasty udon. The child jump scare again! What are you doing here randomly? What are you eating? Potek. Potek? Protek? Protek. Potek. Potek. Lunch in 6 minutes, you're safe. Ah, oh, Aurello. Share with the class. You're gonna head there soon? Ooh. Please get the crepes this time. Over at the animal crepes.
So,
Every time, apparently everyone was cured all at the same time. That's a little strange, isn't it? I mean, there's no way everyone can recover at the exact same time. So how? I'm excited though for you, Soren. Please enjoy it to the fullest. You just say dinner though? Oh. I'm gonna hang out with you, Kari. What are we cooking? What are we cooking? Oh, wait, did I already max out? Shoot, did I already max out with her though? Hold on. Anybody else doing things to hang out? Okay, no, that's fine. I'll hang out with you, Kari. We'll get a food item at least. I made brownies. I'll just eat one of those and some ice cream. Oh, max the kitchen one. Okay, I didn't realize that there were different ones. Family trip. Yeah, go there, go there. Definitely get dessert. Get dessert after. You have to go get the really cute animal crepes like I showed you. But yeah, brownie sounds so good. I have ice cream in the fridge. I think what else is in my fridge. I don't want to cook late after stream. I would just continue to cry and eat my Belvita bar. Hi Tato, how's it going?
Thanks.
Alright, we'll do the kitchen one. Okay, but what kind of brownies, Ariel?
Putting in the effort to cook a homemade meal always makes it
Oh,
taste
Belvita.
extra good. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a Belvita bar that I've been munching on. Oh, no. I'm talking about like the crunchy Belvita, the breakfast bars. Want meat now, which is unfortunate since I don't have any quick to prepare. I know. I keep forgetting to have like charcuterie meat in my fridge. It's just I don't want to eat a lot, and I feel like every time I get charcuterie meat, there's only like the big pack, so I'm just like, I'm just gonna finish this before it goes bad. Yeah, the breakfast cookies are good. They're good. Super fudgy with walnuts. Ooh, I haven't had a good fudge brownie in a while. I feel because I typically if I make brownies, I'll make matcha brownies.
Well, shall we start cleaning up?
Oh. Ooh, you're gonna watch the eclipse. When's the eclipse?
Hi, how are you doing?
Jump scare again.
I remembered a little more. The end won't be brought about by any one person in particular.
Cheh.
It's going to happen because
It's my sleep paralysis demon.
Almost as if it was decided from the beginning.
Why does he sound especially creepy? I don't know. It's like even more airy to hear him speak.
But isn't it strange that there are those who would wish to bring about the end?
Oh. No, Akihiko. Okay.
You really think so? What about the ones who just want their
that is
suffering to
the
end, so they
wrong
can be at
redeem.
peace?
Juna, please refund yourself, and can you pause that redeem? Actually, it's for a different model. It's a different model. It's my small model. I thought I turned that one off.
There was one more thing I wanted to tell you today. Soon, the flowers of poison will bloom.
That's not ominous at all, Pharaohs.
3 in the rival garden, and 1 in your own.
Okay, I think I remember. Not the sheep
I don't know
scream.
if this has anything to do with the end, but you should be careful.
I think I remember. I'm not gonna feel good about this. Yeah, I got some ads starting up soon, guys.
I'm happy to hear you say that.
Oh no, Cal.
I'll let you know.
Also,
if
how
I
are you,
find out
Tuna?
anything else.
Did you sleep? Did you take a nap after VC, or did you just? No. Okay, got it. Half a gallon of milk. Said she wasn't sure if I needed any. That's a lot of milk to be drinking, Aurelio.
That's what friends are for, right?
Poison in the garden. Spider lilies. Aurelio's got those milk bones.
Well then, good night.
Bye. I guess. You've always consumed a ton of milk. I have too, but now I'm lactose intolerant.
This is Elizabeth speaking. I'm calling in regard to a recent change in Tartarus. It seems that a path that had been blocked off is now open. I thought it prudent to inform you. Well then, I wish you a safe journey.
Cal, weren't you supposed to get ready for bed? When they tell you that you will grow tall. And here you are. At 6 feet, right? 6 feet, right? Lack of a consistent sleep schedule, I see. Yes, always interrupted with our sleep. Ma'am?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but do you have a moment? Good morning.
Oh, ma'am, you're so pretty.
There's actually something I need to tell everyone. But I think it would be best if you saw it for yourself.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna take a pause here since ads are coming. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. I'm gonna take a little stretch break right here. I'm just gonna throw up the BRB screen. If there's anybody who is hanging around for the break, please, please, please hydrate. Grab yourself a snack. Stretch those leggies. Don't be seated too long at your desk. And then we'll get back. We'll get back to the to Miss Mommy. Mommy? Yeah. Don't throw up. What do you mean don't throw up? But yeah, I will be back in 3 minutes whenever the ad decides to start. Take a break, y'all. Hello, hello. Sorry, I took a very, very big stretch. Hi, Gio. Good morning. Are you consuming the Thai tea? Ah, thank you.
So I'd like for all of us to meet in the command room tonight. I'll see you then.
Tonight? Thank you for the emotional support, Aki. Barely functioning at the moment. Oof. Have you had some energy drinks or coffee yet to start your day? Can eat some bulgogi. Oh my god. All this meat talk. I want bulgogi now.
Hey, so...
No? Okay. What's your plan for the day, Gio? Maybe mommy, but Aki's the only one who belongs in these arms. Thank you. Thank you. Bear craves flesh. I crave meat. New product. Soul spinach sprouts. Oh, I don't think I've checked. Oh my god, there's so much. Okay, hold on. There's so much. I guess I'll go. Go to Halloween first.
Marvelous.
Fish or meat? Let us eat fish. Ah, fish sounds really tasty.
I'm looking for. Here are
Is there
my
more?
requests.
Oh, I have one to give.
Most excellent. You
And
must
I
know.
Have you heard of the story of the Straw Millionaire? Straw Millionaire? It is the story of a man who becomes wealthy after continuously bartering one item for another. I would like to see if such feat is possible in
I
reality.
feel quite motivated.
Thus, I have prepared this bandage wrap for you. Please use this bandage wrap as your first bargaining chip and trade it for something satisfactory. Oh, interesting. Speaking of me, I bought some longanisa. Did you get it on the way home? Did you get the same brand that I cooked up on the weekend? With lemon and rosemary and butter. I could really go for some maybe not grilled fish. I'm feeling steamed fish. I had fried fish already over the weekend. Cal, as soon as you make this honey burger, I want you to post up the...
Come to think of it.
Oh, gee. Something super gross.
By all means.
I want you to post up a recipe if you use one. Yeah, picture too. But I want a recipe. Couldn't find the same rat, so you got the premium one. Look for the drink
Please paint
with
my
my
powerful
name.
persona a pretty purple. Please paint my powerful This is shade.
Huh?
By all means.
I'd like to see proof of a bond. For an item you can only... Max social. Thank you for the hydrate, meow. Shell. Oh, you're just gonna wing it? Well, what do you normally put in it, though? Smoked fish also sounds really tasty, but I'm feeling steamed.
By all means, you must know.
100 shrine visits?
By all means.
Bring what you receive from praying at the shrine. Okay, I just had to go. Okay. I'd like to try a home-cooked meal.
Oh.
I have something that I can already bring.
Of course.
King Frost.
By all means.
And who? Carry out the King and I fusion spell. Did I already get? Something?
By all means.
Steak has been made. Nice. How'd you cook your steak, VK?
By all means.
Waiting for it to finish resting. Ah, I see. I was supposed to send Guma the recipe. Oh yeah, please. Please post it up. Please post it up. Hand over my cooking.
I've been waiting.
Ooh, what do I give her? What do I give her? Iron athlete meal. No, that's the Akihiko meal. I can't give that one. Who did I cook chicken sauté with? That was with Yukari. This is with Yukari. And these two are with Mitsuru. I'll give her a chicken sauté. Rare always, yes.
Oh my.
Did you make any sides though? Yeah, no worries, CRT.
You have my thanks.
Beans and mac and cheese? Can we go out? Okay, she's thinking about it still.
Are you accepting a request?
I'd like to see a mysterious potato. I feel like I also have a
By
potato.
all means.
There you go. Hand over a potato.
Oh, yes.
Easy. I'll give her a tarikaja. Rather appealing. Oh my goodness, Elizabeth. If I had the time, I would have baked a potato. Yeah.
How splendid.
I have a potato. No, I want baked potato. All this food talk is getting to me. I'm so hungry now. Even though I had toast and egg salad. It's a sale day. Actually, okay. Oh wait, let's go here. Snack time. I've been munching on a Belvita. The problem is that I want meat because everyone's been talking about meat in chat, and I'm just like, I don't have meat in my fridge.
Creating a quick you come at a good time. There are some new items you can create.
Bacon. It's better than what I already have. Yes. Hero's Knuckles. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Okay.
Everything I craft is sure to be useful against the shadows.
Is this for Aegis?
Will you?
Ooh.
What would you like? What would you like? So, what will it be? So, what will it be?
Oh, I think I remember.
So, what will it be?
Velveeta. Okay, Velveeta cheese is also really good. My mom would always make mac and cheese with Velveeta.
What will it be?
Meat, honey, egg for hold, diced onions, cayenne, salt and pepper. Can you not eat mushrooms?
After turning my hobby
Are you
into
allergic
a career,
to mushrooms?
I still find myself buried in
Or are you
research.
just like not allowed
Guess
to
I
for?
can't kick the habit.
Or is it just like not part of your diet right now? Oh, this gives me another.
Are you sure? Did you change your mind? You're sure about this, right? Here you go. Thanks for waiting.
Your body refuses. Oh no. We'll go get some cucumber kimchi pickles. I'm so hungry. I'm starved. I can't believe Chad is starving me. You know, I'm gonna pick up a bunch of meat tomorrow for groceries.
Everything good? Hope to see you soon.
It's absolutely deliberate, yeah. I'm so starved for meat. Thank you, Aurello. I will get some chocolates as well because I have not yet picked up chocolate since the last time. You got your steak for cheap? Ooh. Wait, also let me change. Why did I put her in the cyber gear? How did she end up in there? Could have sworn. Oh, I think I was probably just looking at it, but I forgot to change it. Excuse me. Another one. Thank you, Rello. CRT, I'm so sorry. I was so distracted by the throne sound effect over the Phasma friend. That one was me? Was the last one? Oh! For the hungry bear. Who's that? Well, thank you. I'm excited to have extra chocolate. Oh my gosh. Arello again. Wait. Unless I broke time. Arello? Excuse me? Thank you. Who is this? Who is impersonating Arello at this time? Made some mashed potatoes. CRT. Well, thank you for the chocolate purchase. Whoever it was, thank you. You're blaming Ariel? Okay, I'll blame Ariel. Oh no, too much rice for the bulgogi. You just have to make more bulgogi then. Where am I? It is Saturday night. No one went to Tartarus tonight. I guess we can't go. Oh, I could draw a fortune, I guess, right? You're at least one of them custom names and bring fire. Out of meat, oh, you could fry an egg. An egg would be delicious. Is kimchi your only side? I feel like I always try to have like bean sprouts as well. Oh, wait, am I here? I will pray. Thank you guys. I appreciate the chocolates. Oh, wait, what? Can I pay to win to be smart? Should I? I'm gonna drop in 10k. Yes. Give me smarts. Wait! Holy crap. Okay, that was a lot. Wow. Go big or go home. All in. Exactly. Excited I made this steak properly. Ooh. I haven't made steak in a really long time. Yeah, it's basically pay to win, right?
Have we received a new mission?
I don't know, but the alarm's not ringing.
Capitalism has— oh, capitalism has absolutely reached the Japanese. I wailed it.
Huh?
Oh! It's Best Boy.
Are your wounds healed up? Huh? Where'd you get this collar?
That collar is designed to help control his persona. Basically, it's an evoker for dogs.
Ah!
Does that mean Koromaru was going to fight with us?
Yes! Yes, 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 yes.
I honestly wasn't expecting this either, but the test results show it's quite possible. In
Literally
fact,
the best party
actually
member.
A request from the chairman. We'll be looking after him here in the dorm.
Koro-chan, is this what you want? He says, I'm returning the favor.
Oh.
Man, you're one loyal dog.
Oh, I love Koro. Oh, he's so happy.
He sounds good to me. I, for one, welcome him with open arms. The more the merrier, right?
Yes, I just can translate dog. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
I'll take him for a walk. And it's the perfect time, because it's
Look at his
summer
little
break.
wings. He's so adorable.
Yes,
I
it is.
cannot.
You're free to enjoy your vacation, but don't forget about your schoolwork. Summer classes start next week, so don't lose focus just because we have a lot of time off.
Small dog beak
Wait, what'd you
persona. I know, right?
Summer classes. Did you not hear about them? We're going to be taking supplemental courses. I've already applied for all of us. I know how difficult it's been to balance both school and
Oh,
our
rip
late-night
Junpei.
excursions. I'm sure you haven't had much time to study, so I apologize for that. The chairman agreed it was a good idea as well. I could have sworn I told Takeba and Yamagishi.
You serious? First I've heard of it.
I'm so sorry you couldn't study.
Oh, sorry. I completely forgot to mention it.
No way.
Hey, you're the one with the worst grades here. Why are you so surprised?
I can't believe she applied to everybody.
Come on. I want to hear it.
She just said, we're all studying. Misuda could pull my hair and throw me over her shoulder. Yes, agreed, rats, agreed. I don't mind.
Well, it's only for a few weeks, so let's do our best.
Ah. Oh, Kodomaru. You got breakfast. What's for breakfast? What'd you get? What'd you get? Love of my life. Love of my life. Oh, it's Junpei time. Okay, let's see what's on. These are not ready yet, right? 8 now. Wow, literally the next day. Okay, I guess I'll yield more. Probably. Egg sandwich and salami. Ooh. I also had, well, I had an egg sandwich. I had egg toast. Wait. Does it stack? Because I think I already did do rooftop stuff with him this month before. Eggy. Tasty. You kind of love Junpei Cow? Oh my gosh. I want to strangle him 99% of the time. But I guess he's okay. I guess he's good. Ah! The best. I can take him for a walk. It's egg salad. It's the stuff that my mom makes usually. That she puts on toast. Yes! Cow! Cow, I bonk you. A strangleable homie, but still a homie. It should just produce more of the plant. Okay, okay, yeah. Game of the year, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, tuna salad's good. I need to get Kewpie mayo. I'm out of that as well.
All right.
I'm slowly compiling my grocery list for tomorrow. We got meat. We got maybe some bulgogi, some chicken, Kewpie.
Man, all this non-stop watering and weed pulling, not to mention the bugs.
Tuna egg sandwich with mayo. Yes! Tuna egg sandwich is so good. I learned it from Rai actually when we were living together. After that, I was like, wow, this is the best idea. This is the best thing ever.
What?
Oh, I should have said,
monk now?
treat your garden like your
Enlightenment
lover.
or something? Well, if we get to train,
It's
and
very
raise
addictive.
veggies, it's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Maybe we should try catching flies with chopsticks, like one of those master swordsmen, huh?
Went to this place with the egg sando, but they did a ramen egg. Ooh, basic like a seasoned egg, basically. That sounds so good. I feel like there's a place. No, I know a place that does an egg sando, but yeah, yeah, super yoki. I love. Okay, I know it sounds weird, but I love wet eggs. I'm going to explain this, but when I say wet, I mean runny yolk.
Gotta
Yes.
say, you we've got a long way
Yes.
to go before these veggies put us on.
I have to explain this a little bit more. English is not my parents' first language. So when they would ask me how they cook my eggs, they say, "Oh, do you want it wet?" And I'm like, "Yes." Looks for the wet. Listen. Yeah, see? See. Listen. English is not my parents' first language. When they tell me to brush my teeth, they tell me to go toothbrush. They verbiage the nouns, okay? They make nouns verbs. Ah, there it is. I'm so glad, Cappy. You get me right away. You can ignore the clip. But anyways. Really good garlic pan fried. Ooh. It sounds like more so like a Taiwanese dish, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah. Okay. I figured it was Taiwanese. I was like, I feel like I've had that before. Yeah. Oh man.
Anyway, I'm the one who asked you to join me in the first place, so I gotta be the one to look after him.
Too much food talk and I just had pizza. Yeah, you guys are just helping me make my grocery list for next week. Garlic tasty.
Another day of hard.
Honestly, I just realized last time le maman speak. I'm sorry. I ignored Junpei. I realized it last time, but I let my garlic go bad last time. Now that I'm thinking about it though, I should just make garlic confit? It's like when you bake garlic in olive oil for like 45 minutes. Apparently it's really good, and it's good to like top your toast with, or like you just put it on things. And I was like, garlic tasty. Makes your breath stink, but it's tasty. Right? I could not finish the pack of fresh garlic that I had last time, and I felt so bad. I was just like, ah. But yeah, at least I think that at least would like last a little bit longer, but it's good to spread, apparently. Shoving an orange in my mouth. Try not to think about food. Listen. The chat always ends up going to food. Ah, Chihiro. Pizza. Garlic doesn't go. I kept it in the fridge. But it was like it was bagged garlic, the one that I got. Yeah.
It's amazing commodities.
Just been buying one clove at a time. Yeah. Should be kept dry and dark. Oh, that would probably. Yeah. It was not a pretty sight when I checked it. I was like, I could use one of these. And then I had to trash the bag. If it's peeled, it gets moldy. Oh. That's good to know. Yeah, I definitely, mine turned white and fuzzy. It was not a pretty sight. But that's good to know. I want to get like a little container so I can pre-prep garlic, basically. So have them all minced and everything, and then put them into like little cubes. And just throw them in the freezer. Easier for cooking, right? White and fuzzy like a polar bear. You can get like the garlic in oil water, but the flavor isn't as good. Are you talking about the minced garlic inside the jar? I think we might be thinking about that one, because I don't like that one. No. I don't like that one. It tastes different. I have to get. Oh. I think I might have grown up too much with my mom making garlic rice with it, and so it was just like, After a while, I got tired of it, and the flavor is just not the same.
Good, good.
Isotope soda. Garlic. Yeah. We're gonna call it garlic because that's the easiest way to differentiate garlic and garlic, right? But yeah, I think next time I get the bagged pre-peeled garlic, I will probably go ahead and
Not bad.
and try to make garlic confit.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
I have to rewind. Yesterday was Saturday. I also did not do Tuesday, but I can save Saturday at least, I think. Heck. There's a TikTok chef that calls it that. I stole it. Oh, I see. Is he... Wait, is he not there? In the evening? Oh, shoot. I went to Friday. Heck. Okay, what did I do? Did I just hang out here? Hold on. What did I do? I went to... On Saturday. Yeah, no, I went all the way to Friday by accident. I don't remember what I did on Friday. What did I do? I guess I'm gonna pay to win again if I can. If it lets me go to the shrine at night. No, it doesn't. Okay. Did I cook with Yukari? Is it? I probably did. Okay, I'll do it. I'm just gonna skip through it then. Yeah, it is. Okay. I went too far back. Dang it. Do I have a later save? No, I don't. And I saved over it. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, I'm just gonna skip. I already saw this earlier. Rip, I know. Oh my gosh, what were you saying? Nothing like popping some fresh peeled raw garlic in your mouth. Ah! Listen. Dang it. Okay. Okay, what is this? Is this now? Tanaka is Saturday night, right?
I'm sorry.
Gotta do this the items and other stuff. I know. If you bake garlic, it becomes sweet. Yeah. Oh, does it? I didn't know that. Ah. It caramelizes. Oh. Okay, wait. Halloweenia and then shrine. Halloweenia and then shrine. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But then, like, again, with the garlic confit, I was just like, it's interesting that you have to bake it for 45 minutes with some olive oil. I think just like some salt and pepper, I believe. Can't remember. Cause smooth like butter too. Ooh, tasty.
Are you
Okay.
most excellent?
Oh my god, I have so much to do.
I will await a come to. By all means, shake. I will await, of course. By all means, you must. By all means, oh yeah. I will await, of course. By all means, I will await a report.
Can't believe this. Oh.
Marvelous. I've been waiting for
If you like garlic bit, I recommend trying to bake cloves of garlic and smearing it. Yeah. That's pretty much what I want to do. Garlic confit with oil to moisten it initially. Yeah, I want garlic bread now.
Oh my!
I want all this tasty food.
You have. Are you accepting a request?
Okay.
By all means. Oh, yes.
You know what? You know what? Ryan, when you come over next week? Is it next week already? Or the following week? Week after next. Let's make garlic bread. Let's make garlic confit. Okay, I think
Very
that's all
well.
the requests I have.
Good day.
Oh, just double check.
Here are my requests.
Okay.
Very well.
Okay, get the item. Oh, I also made weapons, right?
That reminds.
Ah, I
Which
did.
one? We have some new items prepared.
Ah, I
Come
did.
take a look. Are you sure? Here you go. Thanks for
I
waiting.
did so much. I was a fool.
Everything good? Hope to see you soon.
Let me save. And then I'm gonna save again, just in case. That was the only thing I did in here, right? And then I just went to the shrine. Oh, wait. Did I miss this? I think I did. BK, thank you for the nya. Redeem. Oh. Oh, I missed this earlier. Actually, this is fine. Never felt like... You're done? Oh, I'm sorry, Cal. How often do you have to inject again? Is it twice a day? Thank you for bringing him back. Oh. Oh. Okay, not as bad as Pink's Ada Ada, I'm glad. Are you? Are you satisfied with my nya? Do I have to talk to Elizabeth again, or do I just have to bring this item now to another person? Oh no. What did I get? A school handbook, right? Should be returned to its owner. Okay, Gepokon student handbook. Okay, I'll have to bring it to school. I've thrown my phone across the room. Oh my god. No, mine is a decent one. Mine is okay. I like to think it's not super cringe. Okay. Now I'll go to the shrine and I'll pay to win. It's a natural one? Oh yeah, no, I'm not trying to rile people up. Just trying to riz people or traumatize them. Pink does the ladder specifically because of me and a few others. Okay. Oh! Is this why I couldn't do... Oh wait, no. We just go down to the dorm room after. This is why I got so distracted Saturday evening. Because this was the scene. Okay. Now I save. Okay. Now we go to Pallowania for man in suit. How much money are you losing me from all these damn investments? Oh my god. Just 10,000 more.
Good, good.
And we're gonna scam ya. Piss Aki for good luck. Mwah. Stick with me and I'll show you how to be a real winner. Oh! Okay. Thank God. This is it.
If you insist, I'll give you my autograph. It's always a pleasure to meet a fan.
Who are you?
Don't you have a television? Are you living in the Stone Age? How barbaric.
I'm not used to him being voice.
I'm sure you've seen the home shop
voice solo.
Amazing commodities. Yes? Allow me to introduce myself.
Oh my gosh.
That's right. I'm Tanaka himself. Surely you've heard that.
Surely.
I'm afraid I can't offer any returns on your 40,000 yen, but I've autographed my business card.
Man stole a whole 40,000 yen from me?
Worth a
Ridiculous.
pretty penny in a year or so. And with that, I must be going.
This man. Cheh. I must be going.
Brat.
Oh, I thought he was gonna sit.
The presence of time is money, especially mine. Should have squeezed a few more payments out of him.
I lay down and cry. Get some rest. We are no longer the Boris, first of all. It's a cafe. It's a cafe. Stealing from a high schooler, right? 40,000 yen from me? But yeah, please take it easy, Cal. I hope that your injections end soon. And yet I consume.
What do you want? Quit disturbing me. Get out of here. Shoo. You overheard me talking to myself just now, didn't you?
I mean, you're speaking so close to me.
If you know what's good for you. I belong to a powerful talent agency.
What does this man expect? You're talking shit about me right in front. Like, huh? Gestures vaguely.
I have an image to maintain. Don't even think about telling someone that I took your money or called you a little brat, capiche? Don't get cute with me. You think you can get away with anything with that pretty face of yours?
I also like the way his voice breaks, yeah.
Silly me. I've let you in on my little secret,
honestly, though,
haven't I?
it's always the characters that I start to hate that I appreciate the voice actors for, because they did a really good job of making me hate this character for being such a sleazebag.
Don't tell anyone, okay? Please, I'll lick your shoes
Ew.
if you want me to.
Excuse me? No, I don't care.
So, you won't tell anyone, right? You better be ready to
He called me
cross
cute
your
and
heart
pretty.
hope to die if you're lying to me. A verbal agreement is a form of contract, and if you breach it, I'll sue your pants off. I've got your adorable little face etched into my memory.
I don't know if I want to do his social link anymore. I'm just here for the item. Who is he?
Thou shalt have.
What is he? Oh, devil. Okay. Can't believe this man.
You're a diamond in the rough, my boy. All you need is a little polishing, and you'll sparkle. I often take my breaks here. I'd be happy to mold your young mind whenever you wish.
Of course the devil is a businessman. Of course! Oh, I don't get to go to the velvet room to give the item? Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna go Herc before I lay down. Okay, take care. Wait, Herc? Or Lurk? What is Herc? I know, I definitely need a shot. Here I am. Yeah, here I am buying from him. Herkin.
Bang?
Okay. Oh, I see, I see. No, Cal. Let's see, let me go to the roof first, get my veggies. Yeah, take it easy. More tomatoes. Ooh, wait. Yes. Oh, Junpei hangout. Okay, hold on. I do want to try hanging out with Junpei. I don't think I've hung out with Junpei yet. Let me do these. Just show you about how creepy and gross that man was. Oh.
Marvel.
Okay, I understand now. I understand now.
Here are my requests. Wonderful.
Here you go,
Oh,
please. Take this autograph away.
Marvelous.
Oh my god, no, Cal.
Very well.
Let me see these quest things. Flustered student. Oh, I see. Irresistible catnip. At the strip mall. Hold on. Oh, maybe it's at the station? Inside? No. Oh, it's probably gonna be like a daily thing, huh? Let me see first who I can actually level up. You don't work right now. Okay, I'm sorry. I got your hopes up though. I might do Mamoru because I can raise a social link. Let me see. Oh, Maya also goes up. I can only hang out with Maya once a week. Wow. I'm sorry. Yeah, Junpei is always going to be last pick for me. If there's other things to do, it'll be other things. Whoa, did you just get here? We signed on at the same time. The weather's nice today, huh? Let's go outside. In game, duh. Tresto. Is that what she says? Is that what Maya says in Persona? Oh! I've never seen the computer screen change. If you don't want, then he's all yours, Cal. You can have him. For an apocalypse, the air sure is nice out here. Yeah, right. It's just a game. We should go level or something. I'm so lazy, IRL Tattoo. I haven't even gotten dressed or put on makeup. I'm so pissed off right now. Mr. E is such a stupid SOB? 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 Do you mean These responses. Huh? Yes, you get it. Ooh, Tatsuya and Maya for the win. We must be soulmates, yeah? High five. I love all her little emotes so much. Maya's based, absolutely based. There aren't that many players anymore. Most of them left for that new MMO, COW. There are still a lot of dupers and gold farmers, but still. It's good though, because let's just talk about personal things, right? Maya is a shy girl, you know. Blush, lol. See, Mr. E is a teacher who's kinda above me. Oh no, you can't figure out what my job is, can you? Are you a teacher? Yeah, you're smart. I knew you'd figure it out. You get an A+ for reading comprehension today. LOL. Well, now you know I'm a teacher. Hey, I just figured something out. When I complain to you, I feel better afterwards. From now on, we have to party up together, okay? Promise. Is Maya Miss Toriumi? Am I crazy? Because I've never done the Hermit social link, even on before. I can't even remember if there was a Hermit, if there was Maya. I'm sussing this. I'm sussing it. If Junpei, pick else if. Oh my god, the coding. Anyone else? I am loading. My brain is buffering. There's no way, right? I'm only thinking of Mr. E as like Mr. Edogawa or something. So I don't know. Maya signed back on. Don't tell anyone about that sob stuff, okay? It's our little secret. I love how she signed on just to say that and then signed off immediately. I have so many questions. I have so many questions about Maya. Now I want to finish her social link.
Ah, good evening.
Ah, sir, go away.
On Koromaru. Do you think he'll do well? I suppose that's fair. No need to rush.
Mr. E sounds like a
You'll have
mystery.
plenty of time to get to know each other. If you have any concerns, please feel free to let me know anytime.
I do feel like it's Miss Toriumi only because if she's a teacher and she's always complaining about work and drinking and getting drunk, I'm just like, is this not her?
It's only fair, considering I was the one who requested that Koromaru join the squad.
Oh, I'm all for Koromaru joining us. He's totally welcome.
Oh my goodness, Junpei.
Training lessons from the master.
I'm pretty sure Koro-chan's already more disciplined than you.
Yeah.
Could you even sit still if someone told you to stay?
I'm dead.
Hey, don't compare me to a dog. I'm totally disciplined. I can follow directions. Kinda.
Yeah, you really sold us on it.
Anyway, so, Mr. Chairman, about those summer classes.
Ah, yes. I heard about Kirijo-kun's plan. It sounded like a good idea, so I went along with it.
I'm dead.
No, why would you agree to that?
Oh, was I being nosy?
I'm missing out on my passionate summer romance. She's disappearing before my eyes. Farewell, my beautiful city girl, awaiting me by the shoreline.
He sounds so desperate.
Pick one. Even if you didn't have classes, you'd probably just bum around the station all day. You should just accept your fate. Oh, by the way, Mr. Chairman, weren't you about to tell us something before he arrived?
Ah, that's right. Aside from my unnecessary meddling, I do have another request for all of you. Does everyone have a moment? I think it's a good time for you all to get a routine health checkup. You know where Tatsumi Memorial Hospital is, right?
Oh, that's where Sanada-senpai was treated before.
With how much you've all been fighting lately, it'd be best to stay on top of your physical health. It wouldn't be good if your personas were causing any strain on your bodies, right? I expect it shouldn't be too much of a detour to stop by the hospital after your summer classes.
I understand. Still, this is rather sudden.
Don't worry too much about it. Like they say, a stitch in time saves 9. Or your side. We'll be doing the checkups individually, one day at a time. You can decide amongst yourselves who goes when. Don't forget to deck up for your checkup.
I hate this man. I hate this man with a passion. Who is they? Who says that? Exactly.
You need to take any shots?
Yes.
I want to obliterate this man. I will yeet him off into the sun. He'll need to be taken on walks, but we won't be assigning that duty to anyone in particular. It would help if you could take Koromaru out for a walk at night. It seems like he wants to go for one. Was this a thing that they had in vanilla game? Wombat. 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 I'm gonna... I'm gonna cry. You could skeevy me out back for a can of whooping your ass for bad jokes. I swear every sentence that this man says, I just cry. I just cry. I just cry. Oh. I guess. Oh. That man knows that 10 plus 10 and 11 plus 11 equals the same thing. Huh? What does that mean, CRT? 20 and 20. Anyways. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I've never heard that one before. That one was so... I'm just gonna cry. Aurello! Where'd you learn this from? You got to walk Koto before, but I think now it's actually tied to... Oh, that's good. That's really helpful. Oh, I should save. I'll save before I forget again. It is Sunday evening. Can I... Where's Koto? No, I can't walk him now.
By the way...
I'm sure Ken is so excited to have Koto here. Okay, I will tend to the garden. Oh, new ability soon. Perfect, perfect. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna take another break. I'm feeling a bit eepy tonight, honestly. I don't think I'll be getting too much done tonight, which is fine. Ugh. But I'm feeling exhausted for some reason. You know, once I went on a stage performance that was just puns. It was just a play on words. I can't believe this. I can't believe you've done this to me, CRT. Yes, no. I won't be staying up past midnight. I feel like I need to make a channel just for dad jokes. I want to strangle people who say dad jokes, but I still love dad jokes, actually. I'll collect them to use on other people that don't know my Discord. Wait! Sometimes I tuck my knees into my chest and lean forward. That's just how I roll. I didn't know Seribot did that! Wait! Okay, I'm not going into an ad break. Hold on. This turned into a just chatting, but I need to... This is my step ladder. I never knew my real ladder. Did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? They say he made a mint. They say... Wait. Which one's... Huh? Leather is great for sneaking around because it's made of hide. I don't get the lifesavers one. I did not know Seribot did dad jokes. What kind of tree fits in your hand? A palm tree. Lifesavers are mint. I know they're mints. But who invented but I don't get the first half then. Did you hear about the guy who invented lifesavers? That just sounds like a... Oh, we're learning today. We're learning today in this ad break. Hold on. I want another dad joke. What has ears but cannot hear? A field of corn. Okay, that one I know. That one I know. I can't believe... Thank you for this wonderful discovery. I went to the store to pick up 8 cans of Sprite. When I got home, I realized I'd only picked 7 up. I can't believe this wonderful, wonderful discovery. These are great. These are so stupid. I hope Igus is taking notes. I also hope Igus is taking notes. That was Oh my god. And you didn't intentionally do that, right? You didn't realize that you could do that? Oh yeah, you said did not know you could do it. Wait, oh, did you not know that you could do that? Yeah, I did not. Well, yeah, I just did not know. Oh, you knew, sorry. I probably said it, but again, I had set it up so long ago that I didn't realize. How do you teach a kid to climb stairs? There's a step-by-step guide. I didn't know you didn't. Yeah, I did not know. This is great. Oh my god. I can't believe this. Oh my god, this is great.
It appears
what a great ad break for everybody. We should just do dad jokes for every ad break.
The ladybug has grown into a fine adult as well. I believe this is mission complete. Well done.
Oh, Igus is so cute.
I tried to do everything in my power. I'm glad I was of service. The ladybug put in a lot of work as well. We thank you for your service. I've realized something, tending these plants alongside you.
I wonder how many streamers... Well, here's the thing though. I do know you have to set it up. But I completely forgot that I set it on, is the thing. And I have terrible memory. So of course, I'm gonna be jump scared by a dad joke. Thank you, Ladybug. Yes, the Ladybug has done her service.
I've made many new discoveries beside these planters. Everyone is doing the best they can to make their way in the world. That goes for the plants, and the pests, and the ladybug too, and you as well.
Aww.
I may be a machine, but I also want to do the best I can.
Wombat. Wombat, why? Why?
I will do my best to make my way in the world, just like everyone else. That is my new
CRT
goal
is so
from
fed
now on.
today. It's fed with all these Phasmo scares.
I am impressed. I hadn't expected a competition here. Hearing that, my motivation is fully charged, as they say.
Ooh, okay. Physical skills boost. Been eating good with the ghost breathing. Yeah, she's so cute.
I will still continue to look after them at full throttle. Let's get started right away. Once again, our mission has concluded without incident today. Let's head back now.
Ah, back to school. Oh, summer school. I forgot. How unfortunate. We've all been signed up for this.
Good morning.
By the way, have you heard anything about the dates for the health checkup? I haven't.
Jeez.
Really? I told Junbei to let you know. Yours is on August 14th. Oh, that's not. I was thinking that was Hihei's days. I was like, August 14th? Kage Pro? Robert! Hey! Long time no see! Welcome in, Raiders! How's it going? How's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Let me get you a shout out, Robert. There we go. Welcome in, Raiders! For those of you that don't know me, hello, my name is Gumari Morimitsu. I am a Ramber VTuber. Like to play a variety of games. We're playing some Persona 3 tonight. We've been doing some Monster Hunter on other days. Finally got the chance to. Yeah, it's nice to see you. Long time no see. I hope you've been well. If you guys don't know Robert, Robert is the prettiest femboy knight. What have you been up to though? I feel like I think the last time I saw you, you were playing some Crusader Kings as well. Been making a lot of progress on it. Any raiders, by the way, who are coming in, I understand if it is late for you as it is for me. If you have to go hydrate, you gotta go eat, you gotta go sleep, no worries. Take care of yourself first. I will be here. I'm actually a little bit tired today, so I don't think I'll be doing any Tartarus grinding tonight. I'm just gonna do a bit more of the summer school days, and I will probably tune out for a little bit. But yeah, uni has been my thing for like several months. Oh, no wonder. I feel like I haven't been seeing you too often. I also, my Twitter feed is so bad with the For You page, and everything gets so lost. So I feel like I haven't seen you around, but it's nice to see you. I hope uni hasn't been too hard for you. Hope it's been okay. I hope it's been good. Also, I appreciate you stopping by and sharing your community. If you've got to go, I don't know what time zone you're in, but if it is late for you and you got to go, you know, raid and run, absolutely understandable. Please, please, please take care of yourself first. Sleep is important. I will not be up until 2 a.m. like I was last time playing this game. That took me out. That really took me out. Uni just messes with schedule, and yeah, I try to stream more. Yeah, no worries. Again, thank you so much for stopping by. I hope to catch you around next time. Oh my goodness, I did not realize you were streaming. I hope to make sure to load up my entire list next time. Try to leave a lurk. Yeah, take it easy. Have a good post-stream activities and get some rest, okay?
Let's get on with today's lesson.
Focus, focus. Oh no. I don't know how much is it going to talk about. Oh, it's magic again. All you future magicians will want to pay close attention. Take care. Today's subject is tarot. That's right, those cards often used in fortune telling. Despite originating in the 15th century Europe as normal playing cards, tarot cards evolved into tools of divination. There are a variety of tarot card decks, including the Marseille, and the Rider decks. But today, in honor of the great Crowley, we will be using the Thought deck.
So, continuing on.
First, let's talk about the composition of the deck. The modern 78 card tarot deck is divided into two parts. There are 22 major arcana, the base cards, and 56 minor arcana, or number cards. The minor arcana are also sometimes called pipe cards. The major arcana features a variety of illustrations on their faces. Beginning with the Fool and ending with the Universe, they tell a story in numerical order that represents an individual's journey throughout life. Each major arcana represents a stage on that journey, and each stage represents an event an individual must experience to achieve wholeness.
Let's do just that.
They are all important, so let's take a look at each of the 22 cards one by one. Okay, actually, this is a lesson I'm decently interested in, because I do enjoy tarot. I hope you actually, if he goes through everything, that'd be cool. The first card, number 0, is the Fool. It represents beginnings and suggests infinite possibilities. In other words, the beginning of life. The next card, the Magician, represents action and initiative, but also immaturity. That makes sense for Junpei. The High Priestess represents contemplation and inner knowledge. The Empress represents both motherhood and maternal love, as well as one's vitality. The Emperor is an opposing card. It represents fatherhood as well as leadership and decision-making skills. The Hierophant represents formality and knowledge. It is a symbol for religion.
That is.
The Lovers represents choice. Here, the individual finally begins to develop a conscience. The Chariot represents the individuality's victory, but only a momentary one. Justice is exactly what it sounds like, knowing what is right and what is wrong. The Hermit represents self-reflection, in other words, searching for answers deep within one's heart. Fortune represents fate and the opportunities it brings. Strength represents both passion and self-control. It is depicted as power with reason. The Hanged Man reflects the individual's inability to take action. Funnily enough, Wombat has a tarot deck. Yeah, I also have a tarot deck. Oh my god. I have a tarot deck based off of Japanese yokai. I actually have been wanting to do kind of a hand stream to show like my journaling stuff, and I've been wanting to show that off on stream because it's a very pretty deck. But yeah, it's very interesting when you apply them as social links, right? It makes sense for each of the characters. The Hanged Man. Right. Right, the Hanged Man. Wow, wait. This is a really good... Okay, hold on. Getting to... Yeah, the Fool, beginning of life. Okay, Magician, action initiative, Junpei. High Priestess. High Priestess is... Is that Fuka? I always forget. Empress is supposed to be what is it called? Mitsuru. And then Emperor is Akihiko. Leadership and decision-making skills, yes. Hierophant obviously is the old couple. Formality and knowledge, symbol of religion. I don't know how to apply this to them. Lovers represents choice. Here the individual finally begins to develop a conscience. So that's like kind of like Yukari's character growth, I guess, that we've been seeing a lot of. It feels like. Chariot is the track team. Is it the track team, or is it specifically the what's it called? The boy. Emperor here is the disciplinary. Oh yeah, that's true. Guy in track. Okay. Victory, but only a momentary one. That's unfortunate if you apply it to the fact that he messed up his knee. Justice is exactly what it sounds like, knowing what is right and wrong. Chariot is Kaiba in that one meme. Oh my god, is it the one the one where he's just like the flashbang and he's just like hand out covering half of his face? Yeah. Oh man, what does he say in that meme? What is that meme used for? I forget, but I pictured it. I see it in my mind's eye. Who's Justice in this game? Is this BB? Oh no, BB's Temperance, right? Oh, it's Chihiro. Okay. Another disciplinary. Hermit, self-reflection. In other words, searching for answers deep within one's heart. Maya, very appropriate, very appropriate. Fortune represents fate and the opportunities it brings. Who is Fortune in this game? Because I haven't picked up Fortune or Strength yet, I think. Assuming Justice is someone cold, considering that it is... Anyways. Strength is the track manager. Oh, okay. Passion and self-control. The meme is, my deck has no pathetic cards, but it does contain Exodia. You're right. Okay, now I remember the meme. Fortune is art club. Oh, yeah. Fate and opportunities it brings. Hanged Man is the last one we have not met. And that one is a spoiler for people who do not know the Persona 3 story. Right? Is he still the same? That's still the same social link, right? Oh, wait, no. Hanged Man... Is Hangman... Hangman is not C's. Is it the little girl? It's Maiko? Oh, you know what? I am thinking of... Okay, never mind. I think FemC definitely took a different route then. I don't know. I could be misremembering. I have bad memory. But that's sad to relate it to... I forgot. Yeah, Maiko is Hanged Man, huh? Reflects the individual's inability to take action. And it's just like, oh my god. Relating it to the characters and knowing their story is just like, oh. Wow, they really planned this out, huh? Spiritual death awaits the individual with the 13th card, which is aptly named Death. Death is considered a transitional card. With death, the old ends and the new begins.
All right.
Now, let's move on to what happens following the transition. Temperance is the balancing of opposites. Opening one's eyes to the world allows for growth. And then an encounter with the devil is where one faces temptation. At the tower, the individual's values will start to collapse. It seems as if there's nothing to believe in. The individual then finds a glimmer of hope in the star, granting one peace and serenity. In turn, this makes one vulnerable to the moon's illusions, which gives way to fear and trepidation. But the individual may be rewarded with a bright future by the sun, which signifies true achievement. Judgment awaits the individual at the journey's end when looking back on the path one has traveled. I don't know why I'm struggling to read tonight. I'm tired. I'm so sorry, guys. I hope I'm not giving somebody an aneurysm with my popcorn reading. The final card is the universe, which represents the individual reaching full awareness. And that's the growth of an individual as explained by the tarot cards. What's up? Popcorn reading. Remember when we did that in school? That was fun. You're cool. You can't just say it. No, you're cool. You're cool. Yeah, P3 is really reflective of the tarot cards. I feel like P3 is what has really made me fall in love with tarot. Oh yeah, tuna. Do the exclamation point dad joke. Do it. The exclamation point dad joke. It's really, I don't know, like I never realized how much I fell into tarot because of because of Persona 3. What are the strongest days of the week? Saturday and Sunday. The rest are weekdays. That's a good one. That's a good one, actually. What the heck? I'm gonna start pulling my dad jokes from my own, from Saribot. Kind of pants to go swear. Boo jeans! I'm about to start singing New Jeans right now. I'm about to start singing New Jeans. What's blue and not very heavy? Light blue. Lame! What's lame? I can't. I really like the telling of the major arcana through Persona. This is so good. Holy crap. When you actually pay attention in class and it clicks? Is this what happens when you pay attention? Self-reflection, where is it? Oh my gosh. I wish I could like, I don't know. I want to have this entire dialogue saved. You're dying, Squirtle? Yes. I'm also dying, Squirtle, from all the dad jokes. They're very good. Oh man. Wait, hold on. Now I'm like, oh, I see, Rai, why you were like the tower. And then an encounter with the devil is where one faces temptation. The individual's values will start to collapse. It seems as if there's nothing to believe in. A glimmer of hope. Hitting me with the Bidoof fire comic meme. Yeah. I also assume that the tower is Tartarus. Then all the moon phases too. Oh. What did we just go against? Chariot? Chariot and what is it? Chariot and Justice, okay. Man. Tarot is great. Perhaps all this talk about life doesn't hit home with you young folks just yet, hmm?
Well then.
Well, now you can use all 78 cards to divine the future in detail, but most people only use the 22 major arcana. Okay, next let's talk about the fortune telling using the major arcana. We're getting a whole tarot lesson right now. Me about to pull out my cards. But oh, I saw it earlier, Wombat, but I'll post a picture over in the Discord. I'm not sure. Oh, I don't know if you joined my Discord yet, Wombat, but I have a new Discord. I will share my tarot deck over in the sharing channel. But it's such a good deck. I really love my deck. If a card is reversed, its meaning will change. Now, this is important, so please pay attention. No, we don't get the lesson. I was interested in this one. Despite the summer heat, I managed to pay attention to his lecture. Nice, at least we get intelligence for that. Oh, we just go straight into his... Oh. Okay. Oh, thank God we didn't get as long of a lesson. But it only makes sense to get a what is it called? You're right. No evenings? Jibbed. Stolen. This is so sad, actually. But it's nice we got like a lesson on tarot, considering how important it is, or how how the themes are always pulled back on for Persona. If I'm not a freaking genius after summer school, I will cry. Wow. Wow. We're really just going, huh? No evenings for me? Tuna must bed. Yeah, no worries, Tuna. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good sleep. Get some good rest. Take care. Good night. Good night, best fish. I need to stop by Tatsu Memorial Hospital on the way back later today. It's okay. No worries, no worries. I get it. You're getting yourself prepped. I can't wait to see.
I guess we'll get started.
Huh? Let's begin. Yod He Vav He. How are you all handling the heat? Specialty? You're gonna make me specialty? Now, let's continue with our special summer course. The truth behind magic. Kabbalah. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm zoning out of this one. Oh, it's religious? I'm sorry, I'm zoning out. I'm zoning out of religion, I apologize.
So
Edogawa, I never realized how much Edogawa speaks. Sephiroth mention? I sent you a person that got a confidence. Oh, okay. I took a nap before stream, so I was just like, I'll catch these later. I'll check it right after. He likes to yap. They should call him Mr. Yapagawa. I don't know. I tried with that one. The same number as the major arcana. Oh no. It all comes back to religion. Supplementary lessons at the nurse's office? Oh. Stop by after school. Okay, I'll definitely be joining in. Kabbalah is weird. It's more mysticism, like a mix of magic and religion. Well, that makes sense for Edogawa to talk about it, right? He always talks about magic. This is a hospital visit. I'm nervous. God, how many points do I need for academics? Ah, this is my evening. I spend it here.
Thanks for being so patient. That just about concludes your
Why am I alone in this room with this man?
Sorry yours ended up taking so much longer than everyone else's. Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that. Although we could have done it another time and taken a full day for it. Your persona abilities are rather unusual compared to the others, aren't they? That's why we had to run so many more tests on you. Well, based on how you've performed so far, I don't expect there to be any problems. Persona abilities can be dangerous, depending on how they're used. With that in mind, it can't hurt to err on the side of caution. How are you feeling about it? Do you have any concerns about your power?
You could say that.
That's understandable. But I don't think there will be any issues with your test results. And based on what I'm hearing from Kirijo-kun's reports, you've been performing just fine. I truly am grateful for everything the team has done, especially you. Things have really changed for the better since you arrived. Our team has grown, and we've even figured out how we can eliminate the dark hour. In a way, you've sort of gotten the clock ticking for us again. It's almost as if we were just waiting for you these past 10 years. I'm afraid I can only
I also
support
don't
you
like
from
how he's
behind
talking.
the scenes. But I'll be counting on you to eliminate the 4 remaining shadows.
We only have 4 shadows left? Holy crap, I did not realize.
Now then, it's getting pretty late. Why don't we get you back to the door? Oops, excuse me for a second.
That's funny because he's talking to the MC, but you're... Yeah! I planned this. And so I've got like the whole, like, I have a little triangle behind me as well, like the portraits do, and I have the whole, the drop shadow. Hee. Oh. Is this... I guess since 2 nights had double arcanas. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. It's so funny, yeah.
Hello? Oh, thanks for your help the other day. Uh-huh. Yes.
Important
It's
convo.
missing
I'm
from
holding
that
yes.
document. It's urgent. Wait, but by today?
Listen, I have to have my emotional support.
Iwatodai. Iwatodai.
Irilla.
This is the final train bound for Tatsumi Port Island. Please board before the scheduled departure time.
Oh, it looks like you're at Iwatodai Station now. It's so late. We were starting to get worried.
How did you get the train badge? I was surprised CRT didn't get it. Sonic So, hey, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your stay here.
Did you run into any trouble?
Oh, you did. Oh, maybe bits? Double train. Can't believe this. Just like the start of the game, it does feel like the start of the game.
Oh, I see. I hope everything's all right. I'll let Kirijo-senpai know. We're in the command room right now. I'll go ahead and navigate you back to the dorm.
Yes, I am playing Persona Reloaded.
Wait, I can sense a shadow! And it's really close to you. It's over at the Moonlight Bridge! It's too dangerous to go alone. You should stay put until everyone else gets there. Oh no! There's another reading near the shadow! It's a person!
Are you also a Persona enjoyer, Sonic?
Oh, wait!
Le gasp.
Oh my. And what have we here?
I hate this man. Emo Jesus, go away!
So much power, so much chaos. I'd not be foolish enough to turn my back on such a predator. And on top of that, we have an unexpected guest tonight.
It is one
Not a
ugly
very
boy, right?
favorable situation,
Yeah, it's
all
Sakaya.
things considered. So, given this little predicament, how do you intend to partake?
Should I make him fight it? He can do this. He could do this.
So long as you aren't against me, I will allow it. I don't know what our foe is capable of, but I...
Right, I truly do not remember this part of the game. I don't remember ever fighting with Strega.
This night, is it not? Well then, shall we begin?
No.
Also, how was Luncharello?
That's your strategy.
Did I get my squatsy? No. No.
This too is fate.
Very bland but filling. Oh, was it just the sandwich with sandwich meat? I remember going to the bridge later, but not for this. I honestly don't even remember ever going to a bridge. To be very honest with you, Rye.
I'm impressed. It's tougher than it looks.
Ah, I have been squished.
Start this.
Never mind.
What if I just hit him? Oh, it's even worse than using my
That
persona.
was quite the spectacle. But it's time to end
Oh,
this.
he looks so much better when his eyes are not huge. Get your second set of squats. Wait, you can get another set of squats? Or are you talking about the other exercises?
A good target. As a reward for your efforts, let me show you my power. Come, Persona! How about this?
Oh, forget how gross that persona is.
The finale.
Your
was
bunny boy got them.
surprisingly
Okay, okay, okay.
satisfying, wasn't
You love that persona design? It's a little creepy. Oh. Still can't get over how they shoot themselves for persona, right? I'll never get over it. It's just these kids suddenly bringing out evokers. Hi, Tippins. It is Dollar Store Jesus. You gotta reclaim, you gotta get that modify again.
Fascinating. It's different from the one I saw the last time, isn't it? So, you can choose from multiple personas to fit the situation. You must be burdened with an extremely unusual fate. It seems your friend has arrived. Then I suppose I'll have to be on my way for tonight.
Yeah, it looks broken on my end. I just see the text. Which is weird, because I see CRT squished me already. I'm not gonna answer you.
Smart. Discretion is the better part of valor. Enemies, though
Could be
we may
OBS, though.
I'm
Not sure why it does
one
that.
for leaving a debt unsettled.
Chat, is this real? Are you gaslighting me, bestie? Am I being gaslit by a skeleton?
I shall have to repay you another time.
It showed on stream as text. Yeah, it did. It did.
Are you all right? Did you already defeat the shadow? Good work, but that was an unnecessary risk you took.
Only girl bossing around these parts. Uh-huh.
You can fill me in on the way back. In any case, I'm glad you're okay.
Oh, yeah. Ah, it's heat haze days. Let's not go to Tartarus tonight. That's fine. I wasn't gonna go to Tartarus until we were closer to the full moon anyways. I'd like to look into Strega with the chairman's help. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Also, I understand your circumstances last night, but try to avoid staying out late from now on. This man kept me out. This damn chairman. Oh, last day of summer school, thank God. Still no max intelligence? I feel like I should have hit it by now. I feel like it takes so long. My things.
I have a suggestion.
Summer festival time?
Oh. Yes.
Last level is a lot of points since you don't need max for months. Ooh, okay. I plan to infiltrate such a shindig. I guess. Oh my god. Baby boy. Okay, hold on. I have to save. That was so much to go through. Oh my god. Festival. Okay, okay. I have enough energy to do the festival. I have to see the festival. I have not checked the control room, actually. Usually I thought they would say something. Oh god, have I been missing out on footage? Oh! I should not be here. I should not be here. I feel like I'm invading her privacy. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. I'm covering her. I'm covering her. I'm covering her.
These halter-top bikinis look almost like underwear. It feels a little weird to have my belly button exposed. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've chosen my own swimsuit, but there wasn't much of a selection for the one pieces.
This is what I felt too. Why is this recorded?
And again, what she thinks. Although I don't really exercise, so I probably wouldn't look very good standing next to her. Oh, right! I have just the thing!
Don't, guys, don't look at her. Don't look at her. Don't look at her. Don't look at her. Don't look. You don't need to. No, no. This is so inappropriate.
It said online it was very effective for its price, so maybe it could do some help before the trip. Now let's see. How do I turn this on?
Oh no.
No, this it tickles. What do I do?
I'm just gonna. Wait, no. I feel like this is worse. I feel like this is worse. You need to see what's actually happening.
Why won't it come off?
Yamagishi, do you have a moment?
Just look into my eyes.
It's Kirijo-senpai. I have to get the door. Yes,
Oh, am I interrupting anything?
No, not at all. No, not at all.
Why was it a fugazi?
Not that important.
No! Me too!
Carry on.
Oh, senpai! Is this...
I know, I am feeling secondhand embarrassment for this scene. I'm crying. Oh my god. Is that it? Is there another recording? Okay, no, I don't need to. Anyways, wow. What a time to be reminded that there are recordings in the command room. Anyways. I didn't want to go in here. To be fair, we all cringed. Yeah, we did. We really did. I cry. I can't believe this. Wow, thanks, Rai. I'm gonna walk Koro, because I don't think I have anything else to really pick up. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. A little haha between these serious nights. I gotta give him a walk. I will never forgive the Japanese. Wait, somebody comes with us for these walks? Is that also in the original game? We're gonna ignore it, VK. We're gonna ignore it and move on. If I do let somebody else do it, that just is no, right? I'm just gonna go because I guess anyways. Oh, I miss her cat. Oh, she's so cute in her outfit.
He's able to go on cherished walks together with his friends. This must be where the summer festival I have heard about will be held. For what reason is it required to equip himself with this yukata? I would like to infiltrate the site tomorrow to investigate this matter further.
Who voices Kodomaru? I gotta know. They're doing a great job.
You seem to be holding something.
Luck incense.
He wants you to have this. Perhaps it was part
of me and Floop hanging out. Yes.
Shall we return to the dorm?
Yes. Yes. I have to save. I need to see the summer festival. My the VA. Oh my god, I'm in the next Persona game. Who am I voicing? Your dog. Oh my god. Wait. I have to choose now. Did I save? Did I save before the walk? I can rewind. I'm gonna rewind. I want to go out with Fuka and Mitsuru. I'm surprised Yukari isn't here. Is it because I didn't hang out with her yet? Did I mess up? Or are these like the set girls I can go out with? Oh, okay.
It looks rather obvious. Obvious. Be sure not to stray too far from
To be
us.
fair, I'm okay because I mainly wanted to see Mitsuru. Who did you go with? Did you go with Yukari? Got it. Thank you. I keep forgetting to reset that whenever I go on my ad breaks. Thank you.
I see. So you wish to restrain me?
I guess that's not what I meant. I guess that's not what that means.
My ability to jettison my hand from my wrist would make holding it a poor method of restraint.
Fine. Just make sure to stay close to us.
This aroma.
This is takoyaki. Would you like to try some? Shopkeep. I would like to purchase one.
Shopkeep? Got
She's
it.
so old-fashioned.
Right well,
For
you
takoyaki.
beautiful ladies. I'll throw in an extra for you. On the house.
On the house? Do the takoyaki
I
have some
love
kind
her
of architectural purpose?
face. She's so confused. I think this really is a sign to get takoyaki. Maybe I'll get some tomorrow.
Extremely high temperature juices have spurted out from inside.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Looks as though you've had
I think I could actually get
valuable
like pre-made frozen takoyaki from my market too. So maybe I will get some with the meats. Why does she have to say it like that? Honestly, I don't know.
You should have some too. Show Aegis the true nature of takoyaki. As for me, I'll have to decline.
Huh? What did you just hear? We're eating takoyaki, you know? Yeah, she's so pretty. Shinsen give me takoyaki. Yes.
Those are masks. They're worn over the face as a form of recreation.
One can find enjoyment by hiding one's face?
Hiding your face isn't the objective exactly. Rather, you get to experience having a different one. Putting this into words is proving difficult.
So then,
Is that an Aru in chat? Oh my god.
a different version of yourself?
Hi, Aru. Thank you for the emotional support, Akihiko. Aru. I need to have an emotional support, Aru. Aru, send me your favorite picture of yourself, and I'll make it my emotional support, Aru. Please. Oh, please.
Yes,
I'll do it just for
that's
you,
about right.
Aru.
Your degree of comprehension is actually quite stunning. At this rate, few more tests and the chairman may
How are
give
you?
permission
Hope
to
you're
go
having a
out on
good
your
day.
I look forward to that.
there, ladies. Want to try your hand in a lucky draw? Make some nice memories? What do you say? Odds are looking good. Lots of winning tickets left.
Why don't we give it a try?
Bottom.
Congratulations, you won! Wow, you must have incredible luck to win on your first try.
What did I win though?
Here's your prize. Enjoy.
Oh, Jack Frost doll. That's it. I want the teddy bear though in the back.
I have won a water pistol. Between this and my onboard firearms, which is more effective in combat against the shadows?
Oh my god, she's so cute.
Here, let's trade. In exchange, I'll give you these marbles I won. They're beautiful. Don't you agree? Well, I think we've seen all the vendors now. It's starting to get late, so let's head back.
Not yet. The mystery of the shooting game is yet unsolved. I precisely struck the item to unbalance its center of gravity, yet it did not even budge.
I guess these games are rigged.
Perhaps you should ask Iori the trick behind it when we return. Come on, let's go.
Oh, it was such a cute little festival date with the girlies. Oh god. Okay. What is the sale today, sir? Purse paper. Okay, I'll take it. And a vanish ball. I'll take it. It's fine. I'll take any items I can get.
Bang. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. No! Kenji, stop texting me. Anything I can do doesn't look like it. Okay. Oh wait. What's at the strip mall? A quest? Oh, for the cat-loving boy! I thought I had to give it to a cat. I just get a cat headband. Oh! Do I get to see her wear it? Please tell me I get to see her wear it.
Good day. Are you accepting? Wonderful. Oh my.
I cannot resist the urge to put it on. Well, here goes nothing. I'm dead. Look at her. Meow. Oh my god. She's so... She's so cute. I see. Wearing this will transform you into a cat in the blink of an eye.
You have my thanks.
Thank you for this lovely gift. Now I too can be a straw millionaire. Oh my god. Elizabeth, you're so silly. You're so silly. Oh.
Good day.
Oh, another escort?
I shall be waiting then.
Yes, let's go. To the shrine.
I've been waiting for you.
That's such a cute emote.
So this is a shrine. It's quite similar to a temple, is it not? A mysterious presence lurks here, though it is markedly different from a shadow. Well then, I shall first observe the local traditions and pay my respects.
Elizabeth.
This is enough.
Elizabeth, please. Poor Igor. I can't believe this.
I'd heard that the effects of this mystical divine grace were proportional to the amount offered. In any event, I have finished presenting my offering. Come to think of it, this system of monetary offerings is very similar to that of the fountain. There are a great many
We keep going to
locations
all
in
these
your
monetary
world where
offerings.
supplicants may request good fortune. You live in a truly wondrous place. Could those paper strips tied there be... Just as I thought. These are paper fortunes. I've heard of this game. People entrust their destiny to a slip of paper, finding the risk far too exhilarating. I see. There are many possible destinies written on them. Well then, I'd like to experiment with this for myself. Please wait here while I work on obtaining every single variation.
Oh my goodness. These outings with Elizabeth are just so silly to me.
Excuse me. I've been curious ever since we arrived. But what is that equipment over there? If memory serves, these are a slide and a jungle gem, correct? I see. In the presence of a true god, upholding a pretense of gravitas is all but meaningless. What a magnanimous and introspective message. If that is the case...
Oh, please.
Fascinating. In order to attain joy, one must first claw one's way to the very top. This playground equipment teaches a profound lesson on the true way of the world.
Uh-huh, I agree. Uh-huh.
Well,
go off,
that was
Queen.
certainly entertaining. Now, could you please instruct me in the proper use of the jungle gem over here?
How did she get in the middle like that?
I can't get out.
Oh.
Oh dear, it's rather difficult to maintain one's balance. Today was even more enjoyable than our other outings thus far. To be honest, lately I've been wondering, do I find this world enjoyable simply because of the novelty of the stimuli it presents? Or another possibility, perhaps I enjoy myself on these excursions because of your company.
Aww.
In any event, I believe I'll have to negotiate with my master to install a horizontal bar in our room. I'd like for you to accompany me again
Excuse me?
sometime, if you wouldn't mind. Well then, I suppose we should call it a day. But before we do, I'd like to go on the slide one more time. Shall we seize the opportunity?
Why did she say it like
to go in
that?
tandem?
Aww. Together?
Ooh.
That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm gonna snooze these ads because I think I am gonna call it soon.
Here
What
are my
do I got?
requests. Let's hear the result.
Aw. I love the hangouts with Elizabeth so much. They're so cute.
Very well.
It's just so fun to see somebody who doesn't know what is actually happening in the real world. It is still day on a Monday. Let's see. I guess I could go to the shrine and pay for more academics. Let me see. Oh wait, let me go here first. I think I need to buy some more things for the, what is it called? The rooftop. Glass face, mini cactus. I actually don't have these. I'm gonna get one of these just to have. There we go. I always gotta make sure to buy one of everything. get any text messages. Oh. Forgot to go to the police station.
Be careful.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, that's just for
You
sales.
finished? Come
I'm
back
good.
soon.
I will exit. Actually, okay, I'll hang out with her. I'll hang out with her. I'll probably be a short hangout. I forget how short it is. It's literally just to get that increase.
Oh, well,
It's so hot. I hate this weather. I can't take it anymore. I'm not looking forward to summer when it gets here. I've been enjoying this cold weather so much. It's been nice today though, I think. The warm weather has been like just perfect. But oh, not ready for summer. Oh, okay. I'm a little pooped, so I'll spend some time with Koro and next time I feel myself dozing off just a bit. Hi, girl. Thank you for checking in. Oh no, just as I'm ending. Save. Ugh. Let me just snooze that. I'm gonna snooze. I'm gonna go to just chatting, and I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Let me go over to. Good place to end though. At least we got to see the summer festival. I'll look at Fuka's probably offline because I want to see that and just gush for a bit. Peach smoothie, yes, very good for this for the summer coming. No, it's okay. No worries, Crow. To be honest, I am just a bit tired tonight, so I am ending a bit earlier than usual, I think, for my Persona streams. Shake that crow. Shake the crow, shake the crow. Yeah, let me see. Yes! Okay. I'm gonna finally return the favor to Velvet, love of my life, my new fellow Oomphy. We're gonna go raid Velvet, because she raided last time, but she doesn't normally stream this late that I can catch her, and I missed her last time. I'll miss you! I'll miss you. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys so much for hanging out tonight. I know it was a little low energy because I was really tired, but at least we beat the boss really quickly this time. It wasn't like last time. Same as usual though. If you want to keep up with me, I have socials. I have Discord. I have a raid message. But we're gonna go right over to Velvet. She is a vampire doggo. She's playing some Monster Hunter World, so if you want to join in, she is doing some I think is she doing open lobby? I actually can't tell. I can't tell. Hold on. What is she doing? She is trying to craft, I think. Hold the phone. Oh yeah, she is. It looks like she's playing it with some people. I don't know if it's exactly open lobby or not, but please say hi. Please send her lots of love. Actually, hold on. We're gonna give a custom raid message. I apologize. We're gonna change up the raid message, guys, because she's so sweet. We're gonna do this. Who's the cutest puppy you are? We're gonna do that. Oh my god, please ignore that. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out for stream. Every night at 11:11 I make wish that someone will come fix my broken clock. Oh my god, I'm crying. Can I take Akihiko? I guess you can. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and raid Velvet. Again, send her lots of love. She is the sweetest. the absolute sweetest, and she deserves the world. I do know that she wants to try and push for partner eventually. Would be nice. Thank you, VK! Yeah, I will catch you guys. Oh, Friday. Gonna be doing some Bread and Fred with the fairy, Miss Peanut Blue. I believe we're gonna be doing it on her channel. It's gonna be 11 a.m. PST. We'll be doing some Bread and Fred. We gotta train. So I hope you guys will catch me over there. If not, I will see how I'm feeling over the weekend if I want to play some more Persona. But yeah, early stream. It's gonna be an early stream because that's the time that works for Peanut and I. Yeah, I'm excited. Our last collab was Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, and that was a time. So I'm excited for Bread and Fred. We'll see how Ping works for America and Finland. But yeah, stay happy, stay healthy, take it easy, and I will catch you next time. Where's my ending screen? There it is. Bye.